No, there's the filthy capitalist option, as Sori says. 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at itsorry@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 at the gate gets you in a Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin and Sorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy our merch indeed. It shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. Yes, dear listener. This is a later stream than normal. Well, not really than normal, because we've been going late pretty recently here.
Aha, we are back at it with the Imperishable Flames stream.
Yes, sirree, Bobbert.
A whole bunch of them
River
banded
Roth
together.
in the house.
What's up?
Michelle in the house.
What's
Revo in the
up?
house. Ben Bear, the first one, was in the house. we got all the cool kids here. Clarissa in the house.
Oh, SGS 11118.
We got all the cool kids here. All right, guys. This is the Imperishable Flames, as you can see it over there.
Here's the little logo.
Good night. You couldn't think of anything more inventive to use?
That's the name of their stream. and I
Yeah,
even
but
added flames and these.
Yeah,
But what?
Go ahead, talk to the people. I'll coolify it later.
Word. I was sick today and I was setting up the stream and
Nobody
all I
cares.
have is criticisms from Vin.
Nobody
You know, you were supposed to set it all up for me because I was sick, and I
know,
handled
it's
it,
true.
and all you
It's
have
true.
is criticisms.
I did.
Wow.
I did things.
Fuck
for
you very much.
I did things for you though. You know, and
you did. You took good care of me.
It was not something I wanted to do, but I did it for you.
So full of lies. All right, you guys. This. Let me see. Where's our stream comment? Okay, the Imperishable Flame stream returns with a stacked card tonight.
A stacked card,
Yep.
dear listener. See,
Yep.
You gotta. That's an improvement. Come on. That's an improvement.
Like chalkboard writing.
Yeah, that's an improvement.
Okay.
Go ahead, just
if you're in
read
fourth grade.
Just read. Oh wow. Okay, that's
Babe,
good.
I have to insult you back after you went after me.
You didn't have to insult me at all, actually.
I did. It was that inner voice.
You actually
that inner,
didn't need to
that
insult
inner
me.
female voice had to go after your.
Boy, here we go. Here we go.
All right. Misery Biz King Woman. Okay, so Misery Biz is from the village and has chosen the band King Woman, and the name of the song is Celestial Blues 04 Golgotha.
Okay.
And the comments are, King Woman is a doomgaze band from the US. It started as a solo project as the vocalist Christina Esfandiari in 2009, but later became a band after she was joined by her childhood friend Joey Raygoza. The song Golgotha is from their sophomore album Celestial Blues from 2021. Oh my gosh, that's so cute. I love it.
What's so cute
Well,
about
she was
it?
doing a solo project, and then her high school friend was like, well, let me join in. And so they're doing it together. And the band was formed. And the band was formed.
And the band was formed, dear listener.
Do you recognize that cadence?
No. Where did that come from?
And the books were open.
Oh, yes. The books were open.
All right, you guys. Do you have it? Or do you need to download it?
Download what? No, I have the song.
Oh, that's right. I set it up for you.
Oh my
Let's
gosh.
go.
Oh, that's what the point of that little silly thing was. All right, here we go. King Woman Celestial Blues. Are you gonna send me the lyrics?
Literally, whenever I send it to you,
The
you say I don't
lyrics?
need to, and then if I don't, then you say when are you gonna send it?
Send me the lyrics, please. Thank
will.
you very kindly.
I can do that.
Song number 1, King Woman Celestial Blue.
And so I got to send it to myself.
That's right. Send me that.
There you go.
What's it called? Celestial Blue?
Yeah, well, Golgotha also is part of it. So Celestial Blues is the name of that album, I think. Yeah, that's the name of their album. But the song is Golgotha.
The song is Golgotha.
04 Golgotha.
Here we go, guys. Let's do it.
Yikes.
That's interesting.
I like this. Pause that. I want to hear what's being said. These are obviously not the correct lyrics, or am I not seeing them right? Let me just.
Yeah, am I looking at the right one? King Woman? Yeah, King Woman.
Okay, hold on a second. Let's just see if we can. Right here. I'm just gonna look to see if I can find the lyrics, because none of the words were matching.
Yeah,
up
the
on
lyrics
my end.
the lyrics weren't the right lyrics.
King Woman Golgotha lyrics. Never ends how it ends. Again. Okay,
Yeah,
I think
that's
this is it.
that looks more like it. Okay. So those were the wrong lyrics, guys. So we're gonna start from the very beginning. I'm very, very, very sorry. I know other reaction channels, and they're awesome, by the way. They're it's a lot. It's oriented a lot more toward the music. And we obviously enjoy the music as well, but we look heavily at the lyrics, and so we got to make sure we get the lyrics right, because otherwise we just feel like
that was exactly the same thing. A Celestial Blues, a mile in my shoes. What just happened?
that's Celestial Blues.
What just happened? Because I just had Golgotha on.
Go
there.
down,
Hold on a second.
You have to find Golgotha.
Yeah, I did have it, and then I guess I must have clicked it off. Sorry.
No, I think you just made the same mistake Soraya made. It looks like to me, because we don't have the lyrics right. There you go. Those are the right lyrics. So we had lyrics for the band right, just not the right song. If that makes any sense. What's up, babe?
If that's not what you need, I'm just gonna need you to do it, because I'm not sure.
No,
when I'm
it
trying
looks-
to highlight it. It looks like I'm
It's
just down
I
here.
promise
It's
you,
like
the right
repeated
one.
a million times. I just sent you like a bunch of copies. Like, no.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's it.
All right. Yeah, so we definitely want to make sure, and like her voice was like, it was so beautiful. I love the way that it was going, that I wanted to understand every single word that was going on. So
All right.
that's what we're doing here.
We're gonna restart it. Shout out to
Yeah.
Rakuthi. Rakuthi's back from yesterday when he did his song. What's up, Rakuthi? All right, here we go, guys. We're back at it again. Gonna listen to it straight from the top, because you guys know how we get down. Golgotha, let's do it.
heard the virgin is having a baby. Immaculate conception, can you save me? I'm being crushed by a weight and it doesn't move. This hell, I see you again with the scars, my friend. 'Cause it never ends, no, it never ends. The snake eats its tail, we return again to this hell, this hell. I see you again with the scars, my friend. Golgotha, I heard the virgin is having a baby. Immaculate conception, can you save me? I'm being crushed by the weight and it doesn't move. This hell, I see you again with the scars, my friend. 'Cause it never ends, no, it never ends. The snake eats its tail, we return again to this hell, I see you again with the scars, my friend. Wonderful, I heard the virgin is having a baby. Immaculate conception, can you save me? I'm being crushed by the weight and it doesn't move. This hell, I see you again with the scars, my friend. I could drain my blood, but it's not enough. Sacrifice my life for everything you've done. I could drain my blood, but it's not enough. Sacrifice my life for everything you've done. I could drain my blood, but it's not enough. Sacrifice my life for everything you've done. I could drain my blood, but it's not enough.
Okay.
Yikes! This was.
You think
this
I could do that vocal style?
Yeah,
I like that.
I do think you can.
I do like it.
I do think you can. This person went a lot of places lyrically. I also like what the song
so
did.
Interesting.
What?
Well, I was going to say the exact opposite. I was going to say basically kind of kept repeating the same thing over, but I think that was by design. So the exact opposite of what you're going to say. So go ahead and tell us your thoughts on it.
Well, I don't think that those two things are necessarily in conflict with each other.
Can I have one of these nasty drinks? That's for my brain. I'll get you another one on the break.
Yeah, this is for our brains. If you want to know, I'm not going to tell you.
No, we're not going to tell you.
We're not going to tell you.
We're not advertising.
Give us a deal.
You know who you are.
You know who you
see
are.
These shapes.
It actually, you think it works for you?
Oh yeah,
though.
it does. It does help me. Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
And after you can open it.
Yeah, I will. So go ahead and tell me your take because
So
you
wait,
said the lyrics went out.
it was simple for you. So tell me.
Because-
Here, actually, you do that. That'll open mine. I'll drink it. Then you can talk. And you can open that one. By the time you get done drinking it, I'll talk.
Okay. Well, I was actually thinking you were going to tell yours while I was opening yours, but.
So my brilliance is coming through even before I ingest the drink. That shows you my brilliance comes
Okay,
before
babe,
the drink, whereas your brilliance only comes after you drink.
No, I already had my.
Well, you never came up with the plan until after the drink, so it doesn't really work for you. Continue. Go ahead.
Let the people decide.
Let the people decide,
Okay,
dear
so
listener.
I took it as it could be one of two things. She says, I heard the virgin is having a baby, immaculate conception, can you save me? So to me, that was like a prayer, like, Jesus, you have to help me. And then she goes on, I'm being crushed by the weight and it doesn't let up. This is hell, this is hell. I'll see you again with the skulls, my friend, because it never ends. No, it never ends. The snake eats its tail. We return again. This is hell, this is hell. I'll see you again with the skulls, my friend. And then it just, kind of keeps repeating that over and over. And then it gets to, I could drain my blood, but it's not enough. Sacrifice my life for everything that you've done. It never ends. No, it never ends. So one of the ways that I was like looking at it was, I wonder if this is one of those, a relationship, but not necessarily romantic. It could be. Or
A
just
relationship?
I know it's hard to believe I'm saying this, but I'm thinking like maybe it's like how the snake keeps eating its tail and circling back around again and they keep ending up in hell. It's like this relationship, whatever type that it is not, it just keeps circling around to the same things. And that one person that keeps going back into it is like, look, I could bleed, I could drain my blood, but it's not enough. And the drain my blood reference kind of goes to like the cross, the Golgotha thing. So maybe like they're kind of presenting themselves as like a Christ figure that they have to keep bleeding out for this person in the relationship. Or it's this person maybe even talking about a human's relationship with the divine and needing the help from the divine and recognizing that they can't stop their cycle of doing like shit things that would make it so that way the divine would have there would be a need for the cross. There would be a need for Golgotha. So maybe they're saying like maybe that's actually like Jesus saying, I could drain my blood, but it's not enough, like, because sacrifice my life for everything you've done. It never ends. It never ends. Like maybe the person recognizes that like, even if I try to stop doing horrible things or whatever, like I can't. And I keep myself cycling through and finding myself back in that hell where I'm in need of the virgin's child.
Yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. I'm blown away that you found a way to turn this into a relationship.
What do you mean? Well, can you see the way I interpreted it? How I could see that?
I mean, to a degree. I mean, she says
I knew someone that was in a relationship like this.
She said, oh gosh, that's like almost blasphemous, to be honest.
What? Where the person had to bleed? They literally were bleeding.
Yeah.
In the relationship, for the relationship, so.
Yeah, well.
And they kept cycling back around, you know?
What do you mean they kept cycling? I was married. What do you want me to...
Well, I wasn't going to say it was you.
Ridiculous.
Yeah,
now you're making
like,
it sound like I was like some 16-year-old
Yeah, but it's like,
kid.
there she goes. And then, you know what I mean? Like, there she goes. I mean, you've said it before. So, like, you did keep, most people would have said, you know what?
Yeah, but I was married, for God's sake.
I know, and you're you, babe. And you're you. And you're very dedicated to whatever you put your heart into.
Ridiculous. So. You're ridiculous. All right.
This stuff tastes gross, though.
It is interesting that you made it about a relationship. First of all, the Golgotha imagery, you're just saying Golgotha, like the people go, oh, that's automatically about Jesus.
Oh,
like,
shoot, yeah, because
people have no idea what you're talking about. Golgotha is called the place of the skull.
And literally, if you Google it, it's like it looks like a skull.
Yeah, it looks like a skull. And
the story's even crazier than that, but go ahead.
It was a hill on which Jesus was crucified.
Right. Outside the city.
River says, one of my coworkers is in that situation. Dudes need to get out of the relationship. Stat, I feel bad for dude. Yeah, it's bad when dudes are in relationships that they need to get out of. It's pretty terrible. It's pretty terrible. Ain't no two ways about that. But as I said, I was married, so it's not like I was like in some like had some toxic girlfriend that I just kept going back to. I mean, this woman had my
You didn't see any of that toxicity
name.
before?
She was the mother of my children, for God's sake. It's like wasn't like it was some like weird toxic relationship I kept going back to.
I
What
mean,
the hell?
it absolutely was toxic, and you did carry on with it for a very long time, more than most would. Is that true? Is that true?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, then.
Considering
so you
the
did keep
actions
finding
of
yourself.
considering the actions of a couple
I mean,
people.
I wasn't gonna say it, but
You little bitch.
I mean, really.
That was. You filed for that? That was like a Tuesday evening for me. That fucking guy. You a whole ass. Okay, so Golgotha is a hill that Jesus was crucified on. So the imagery here is crazy because she says, I heard the virgin is having a baby. Immaculate Conception, can you save me? Which is really interesting because the Immaculate Conception is a reference actually to the Blessed Mother, not necessarily Jesus. Because Jesus was born in sinless perfection, right? Does that make sense?
Immaculate Conception, can you save me? I thought it was what the Immaculate Conception was. Jesus was born of the Immaculate Conception.
Well, I mean, technically in Roman Catholic theology, it's almost a given that Jesus was immaculately conceived. Mm-hmm. The real theological controversy comes into Mary.
Right.
Because the idea is, in order for Jesus to be this pure person, how could this pure being be kept in an impure vessel? Mm-hmm. So the Immaculate Conception is also a reference to Mary as being conceived of without sin.
Oh, I thought the Immaculate Conception just meant virgin birth.
No.
Immaculate Conception
Specifically
is to her
talking about
sin nature, that she was not sinful.
That she didn't have a sin
nature. We
nature.
don't believe that, but that's
Roman Catholic theology.
Catholicism.
That she didn't have a sinful nature because she had to be a completely
That's true.
pure.
That's the only people I've ever heard say that.
She'd have to be a complete. Well,
Immaculate Conception.
The entire Eastern Rite, pretty much, the Syrian Christians. I mean,
I'm just saying, like, I've never heard it said at a Protestant church, the Immaculate Conception.
Probably the majority report of the church is that the Immaculate Conception's a thing, actually.
Is that Mary was sinless?
Yeah. Like
That's
Martin
wild.
Luther. Martin Luther believed that.
So
obviously.
he believed Mary did not need Jesus to get to heaven.
Nope. Catholics don't say Mary doesn't need Jesus. It's just that Jesus saved her preemptively. In the same way that, if you fall down a ditch, right, and somebody comes and gets you out of the ditch, they saved you from the ditch. If you're about to fall into the ditch and somebody snatches you, they also saved you from the ditch.
True.
Okay. So,
True.
But the point is that these are distinctly Christian ideas. Golgotha, the virgin birth, the Immaculate Conception, the idea of needing a savior. These are all really distinctly Christian ideas. I'm being crushed by a weight and it doesn't let up. It's interesting because if you wanted to make this a relationship, if you wanted to get really creative with the interpretation of the song, you could say that this is a bad marriage and that this is a marriage heading to divorce, but that the mother-in-law views her son as like this perfect person and the woman as like this horrible, terrible person. So then this line right here would be almost tongue-in-cheek. Golgotha, I heard the virgin is having a baby. Immaculate Conception, can you save me? I'm being crushed by a weight and it doesn't let up. Mm-hmm. So the weight would be her son, who she's about to leave, but she believes that her son is like this perfect, like this Christ figure almost. So like this is all like sarcasm, basically.
Oh my God.
Is if you wanted to get really, really creative.
Yep.
Because it never ended. The snake eats its tails. We return to this hell. So I'm jumping on with you and saying it's a relationship song, and she's talking to the dude's mother who she's about to divorce. basically.
All right, and then
saying,
what about I could drain my blood, but it's not enough. Sacrifice my life for everything. You're done.
Yeah, but that's the same thing, right? Like we've seen situations like that where the mother-in-law is very not very healthy for the son-in-law. You know what I'm saying? And so then those two guys gang up on the wife. Like, you know what I'm saying? So everything the son did is perfect. The son is perfect, and the wife is the problem, and blah 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 blah. So it doesn't matter what she does. None of her sacrifices are looked upon as anything. Nothing she's done is looked upon as anything because it's never enough for these people. So.
Yeah. Yep.
And then the snake eats its tail, and it's in a recycled, unhealthy, really bad relationship. It looks like to me.
Interesting. But it says it never ends.
Yeah. That's why she's out of there. That's why she's done, because it's a sight.
She's recognizing.
It's a never. She looks down into the future and doesn't really see a lot's going to change, so she's out of there. That's what it looks like to me.
Okay. Well.
Yes.
We'll let you decide.
Michelle, the Bible does say each of us was born into sin, so...
for all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. Romans 3:23.
There's no real passage that justifies this from a Catholic. And even the logic they use doesn't really make a lot of sense, because they're like, oh, how could an impure vessel carry the pure Christ? Well, it was like, well, then that would mean that Mary's mother would have to also be pure, because how would the impure vessel be able to carry the pure vessel without defiling it? It's the same problem.
But scripturally
so then
speaking,
you'd have to go all the way back to Adam, basically, to find a completely pure person.
The sin nature comes through the father, though. The
Yeah.
bloodline of the father.
Yeah. So how did
Mary has Jesus, but she's a virgin when it happens. So his father is God the Father, who is sinless.
That's our logic. That's Protestant logic, but that's not Catholic logic, because
I wasn't giving Catholic logic.
But what I'm saying is even that's why you should listen, because I said even within Catholic logic it doesn't work. Because
yes, but I was explaining how
it just pushes the problem back one step, and they still have the same problem.
Yeah, I know, but I didn't want to leave it on a problem.
Mary's mother would have to be completely sinless,
exactly.
In which case you'd have to deny original sin in total. In which case there'd be no need for Jesus to show up in the first place. So the snake actually literally eats its tail with the doctrine of the Immaculate Conception. Actually, so there you go. That was a freebie. That was a bonus. What
do you give this one?
We have lost all of the Roman Catholic, our hardcore Catholic priest. Come back to me. I think all of Jesus's DNA came from Mary. That's what I believe. Go ahead. What did you get the song?
Yeah, as do I. Okay, so it was a slow moving song, and you guys know I have zero issue with slow songs. It was actually kind of right up my alley, but a little slow for me. But still, I really enjoyed it. So I'm going to give this one a 9.2. I know you're... Why are you looking at me like that? Were you surprised?
This was one of the most unique songs I've ever heard. I like the way they did the building rising action. I'm surprised at a 9.2. I thought that was going to be low. If Jesus is 100% man and 100% divine, wouldn't he be born with original sin, or else he wouldn't be 100% human?
Sin doesn't make us human, because Adam and Eve were in the garden before there was any sin. So sin doesn't make humans human.
Right.
Humanity is what we went into.
Sin is not native to humanity. Sin is a disease that we contracted, that we pass on through our human fathers. So because Jesus didn't have the human father, he was able to not have the contagion passed on to him. Right. It'd be like all of us are zombified. You know, zombies, you know, if they bite you or they pierce your skin, now you become a zombie. Well, biblically, that's the idea, is that we're all, if your dad is a zombie, then you're going to be born a zombie. And so you have, so all the contagion is always passed through the dad in this universe. So if you had a guy that was born from a woman but didn't have a human father, then you'd still be able to have a human that didn't have the contagion, and then that's Jesus. That's the idea. Okay, I'm gonna give this song a 9.6. When you think about that,
and like the angels, like when they came down, Shemyaza and all them, they came down and they went with the women. Like, what did they pass on to those beings?
Yeah, I know. Just like corruption,
some supernatural corruption.
Corruption. Yeah, that's
crazy.
Yeah, I mean.
Wait, what did you give it?
I give it a 9.6. It was
I'm
unique.
changing my score
It was
to
unique.
9.6.
It was lyrically unique. It was troubling. It was haunting. I really, really enjoyed it.
I'm giving it a 9.6.
And I would have loved to have heard
I'm not letting you beat that.
I would have loved to have heard Perkinos's exegesis of this song. Because I was going a completely different direction. Then you made it a relationship song, so I was like, oh, maybe she's talking to her mother-in-law, which is a pretty crazy stretch. I'll tell you what, if I was right about my interpretation of that song, that would be like the biggest like blind eye three ever. Like, you know, like you just take a shot and you just like go like that. It's like, I think the angle's
It'd
right.
Be
I can
creepy
make it.
almost.
If that is the right interpretation of the song, I'm going to retire. I am going to retire from freaking from music reviews.
All right, you guys, a 9.6. King Woman.
King Woman is...
I should have put up a poll. Yeah, you guys put in the comment section what
Actually,
you guys thought
no,
it was
it's
about.
The Cult.
No,
is
The Cult
next.
is next.
A Cut Inside by the band The Cult. We will see very soon. Commercial break. Vin out.
Sorry, out.
Gone. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at instory@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 here and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
There you go. Buy our merch indeed, a child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Let us know if you can hear us, dear listener. Once again, we're fiddling around with the audio quality, as we always do.
Okay.
Shout out to Sean James, 2 years clean sober. That is awesome.
Congratulations.
Awesome sauce.
That's really good to hear.
Maida, you've got something that we're sharing on the channel, so let us know when that's happening.
Maida?
Yeah, Matthew Maida has something going on with the
Oh
channel.
my word. I was
Okay, can you hear us now? Low or high? Low or high? Are we low? Type 1 if you can hear us really good right now. Type 1 if you can hear us really
you want me to
good.
keep trying to find those tweezers?
No, not for this one. We'll try to find them another time, inshallah. All right, boys, here we go. Song number 2. You're gonna give a brief intro or what?
The name of the song is The Cult. Well, the band is The Cult, and the name of the song is A Cut Inside. SGS1118 says The Cult formed in 1983 and had a big following in the UK during the mid-80s. This song is off their 2022 album, Under the Midnight Sun.
Wait, are we low right now or are we high? Do me a favor and pull up the thingamajig. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm not there, so don't thank me yet.
I can't believe. So what happened? This button broke off?
I don't know. I don't know why that button. I think that's one of those that goes slides on and slides off, and I think that we have small children that would break into our studio, and I believe that's what happened.
We have small children that break into our studio.
Yep, and I believe that button was confiscated by. That would be my guess.
Confiscated?
Yeah.
How do you
I
confiscate? What does confiscate
I
mean?
believe they came in and they stole it from us.
Oh, confiscate.
I think that they went to play with it and.
Okay.
All right, here we go. I put the sound.
All right, everybody. Oh, confiscate.
I think that they went to play with it. What's wrong with that?
Yeah, we're back now.
All right, we're good.
Well, we're better. All right. I think we're in decent shape now. All right. Song number 2.
All right, let's go. The Cult.
What? I can't hear.
Cut inside.
Wait, is he playing around with us?
Hey, we just played it out loud.
Play it again. Play it again one more time. I'm paranoid. Inside. Wait, is he playing around? All right, we're good.
Just played it up.
Damn, Dwayne. Freaking troll.
All
right,
I
here we go.
Had.
Here we go. Yeah, that's good. Way to back up your man. The Cult,
Well,
Cut
I tried to
Inside.
warn you. It was your fault you didn't listen to me.
King Woman, Celestial Blues, Golgotha was the first song. Here we go.
All right,
Cut
guys.
Inside by The Cult. Let's do it. Oh, birds.
I don't wanna be caught up in your scene. So little left of me. I gave you everything I crawled. Once you down.
That is like, we were reading a Stephen King book, and it was about this guy in a band. He's in a band and shit, and he was talking about like,
Who's we?
it was me and you, but you were clearly disinterested in the book, so you trailed off as you're wont to do. But anyway, this is our relationship,
I'm so
dear
sorry,
listener.
babe.
That's why you're like, oh, I'm so glad that you watch Love Is Blind with me. It's like, yeah, well,
Yeah, but I watch you play your sports stuff.
you watch me play Fortnite. Is that what you're about to say?
I was going to say Fortnite, but I meant the
watch
sports
me
stuff.
play
Your
Madden.
football.
Yes,
Yeah.
you watch me play Madden. I've just
I've
recently
learned football stuff and
retaken up Madden. So thank you for that. That was like
I was
in the
watching
last
it before though too.
in the last 3 days.
No, I was watching it before.
I
Stop
took like
that.
6 months off of Madden.
Yeah, but
because of
before when
Brady.
you were playing it, I was watching it.
Okay, so anyway, I was talking about this book I was reading with Stephen King, where the guy talked about like turning up the amp and hearing that wah. It's one of the best sound. The way he said it was like it was the most beautiful sound or something like that, and I'm like, yes. But very few people know that feeling. That's why at the beginning of the solo when it goes I end it with the before I go into the actual part. I don't want to talk about the solo. I'm just saying, like, I love that, like that ring out, that bah. It's just like one of the best feelings in the world. But if you don't know guitar, you'll never know how that feels. I feel bad for you. It's terrible. It's terrible.
We don't know the feeling, but
Yeah.
we can understand what you're saying. I mean,
I wonder if Perk actually plays an instrument. I've never asked him. You know, Ian has sent me some of his. He sent me a packet of like 14 solos he's done.
14.
Yeah.
Which Ian?
And he's like half. I don't know his last. Well, I'm not gonna say his last name. What I'm gonna do, blast his last name out. The one that you like, the one that I took the picture of, and you were like, oh, he's so cute. That guy. It's okay. Like, you could be his mom. You know what I'm saying? I'm not worried about that shit. I'm just saying it's a great feeling, like, to play to the instrument. Anyway, it's hard to explain. But anyway, Dwayne plays, so he knows what I'm talking about. So that's good.
Okay, I mean, I know this seemed like another relationship song, but then
this one was definitely a relationship song.
Then I felt like I was getting a little bit lost in what was going on. Like, I don't want to be caught up in your sea. So little left of me. I gave you everything. I crawled, watched you dance across the floor. So it sounds like it's like an uneven relationship where the person is just taking everything from the one person, but at the same time, the one person is giving all of that up. So there's both, because we don't want to make the one person like just a complete victim. Like, and then it says watched you dance across the floor, which that was kind of like the picture of somebody crawling on the ground while the other one is just dancing across the floor is like, whoa. Mm-hmm. Then he says, I need something to believe in. They don't know my name. Take the blame. They will hold you, blind and choke you. Caught in a lie, tears in my eyes, thorns of this life cut inside. No heathens in heaven, no sweet surrender. Outsiders forever. The ghost of our lives. We will never be caught up in your belief. So I don't know what was happening there.
It looks to me like his girl. Riv. I always looked at Riv as a mandolin person. I always look.
Really?
Yeah, I'm restaurants with mandolins and violins. We just sit here trying to win, try not to sin. High off weed and lots of gin. Too much smoke, need oxygen. Steadily round them Benjamins. River, you should too, if you do what these gates do to you. Bitterness just is 92. Look at all bullshit I've been through. So-called beef with you know who. I ain't gonna say it next line because you're gonna be mad. All right. It looks to me like this girl, he's like madly in love with this girl, but like this girl is caught up in some religious group, and he's like, yo, you don't really believe that stuff, and neither do I. Let's just be outsiders together. I don't want to get caught up in all this religious shit. Let's just be outsiders together.
Whoa.
So
Really?
I don't want to get caught up in your sea, so little left of me. I gave it everything. I crawled and watched you dance across the floor. I need something to believe in. They don't know my name. Take the blame. They will hold you, blind and choke you, caught in a lie. See? So they, whoever they are, is a barrier between him and her.
Well, yeah, and the they is doesn't even know his name. So he's like, basically, it's somebody that she knows that doesn't know him. So they're only getting one side.
Well, what does he mean by know?
They
Right?
don't know my name. I'm assuming they don't even know him.
Right. They don't know my name, but does that mean literally they don't know his name, or they don't know anything about him? They just made a snap judgment about him.
That's why I said I don't think that they know him, and that's why they're only going by her side of the story. And he's saying, they don't know my name, take the blame. So he's taking the blame, but they will hold you blind and choke you. So whoever she's going to for this comfort or whatever from the relationship, he's saying that's not going to be good for you.
I don't know if it's for comfort. Where are you getting the comfort from?
I said or something. Like,
I
she's going somewhere to whoever they are, and it sounds like she's talking about the relationship.
I don't think she's going to them. I think they have.
Who's the they that will hold her?
They will hold you blind and choke you. So I think she's already with them.
I agree.
I think he's saying get away from those people.
I agree.
So what do you look?
But I think that she went over there after she's already been in this relationship.
Yeah, where are you getting that happened after?
Because he says they don't know my name, take the blame. I need something to believe in. They don't know my name, take the blame. Yeah, they will hold you, blind you, and choke you. So I just thought that it was saying like they don't know who he is, so they're just going off her story. But he's saying, look, those people that you think are going to be like helping you, they're going to blind and choke you. You're caught in a lie. I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. I think she's part of some church cult or something like that, because it starts off with the concept of belief, something to believe in, all the rest of it, and then it's cut inside. No heat, and then again it says no heathens in heaven. So what do you think about that?
Well, I wasn't sure if he was saying like caught in a lie, tears in my eyes, thorns of this life, cut inside. Then when he said no heathens in heaven, no sweet surrender, he said outsiders forever. He didn't, like, it kind of sounded like, I didn't know if he was saying, like, you're not really in with that crew either. Like, I know
well, that's why I was saying, like, let's be outsiders together. Because you don't really believe in this shit. That's what I was saying at the beginning.
Yeah, but I think...
Then you said, no, it has nothing to do with that.
I still think that stuff wasn't going good in their relationship, and then she's branching out over there.
Where are you getting that?
Because he's crawling on the floor while she dances across.
That doesn't mean things weren't going good in their relationship.
I don't want to be caught up in your sea. So little left of me. I gave you everything. I crawled. Watched you dance across the floor. Like, that to me sounds like he had it out in that relationship, and she just went dancing across the floor, and now she's joined this group where she's talking shit, and they don't even know who he is.
That's his experience of the relationship. That doesn't mean that she thinks that anything is wrong.
Did I say
because you said stuff was going bad in the relationship, so she ran to this.
Oh yeah. No, I do think that.
What I'm saying is, she is not presented as having any problems with the situation. He's the one with the problem. She's dancing around the floor, no problem. She's fine. She's happy. See, you've been this girl where people have a problem with the relationship, but they're doing all types of shit to make you happy. So you think that they must be happy. Don't get all like mega personal, but I'm just saying, like, that's the role you've occupied.
Say that again. What?
That's the role you've occupied in a lot of your relationships.
Is that what? Say that again.
Is that people? You have the kind of personality where dudes will like amend certain things to make you happy. So even if they're not happy, they're like, "Oh yeah, we're happy watching this thing," and the whole time you're oblivious to it. And you think everything is going great because everybody's like, you know what I'm saying? So that's why he's like, I'm crawling, you're dancing. It's not that you did anything wrong. It's not that the girl did anything wrong. I'm just saying, like,
I think she absolutely did.
That's how it is.
I don't want to be caught up in your sea. So little left of me. I gave you everything.
That's on him, though. That's not her fault. That's what I always say to you. It's like, that's not your fault that I XYZ. So he's drawing the line. Here's my thing. This is like a constant like theme. Like, there doesn't have to be a bad guy in this situation. See what I'm saying? So he gave all of himself, but that doesn't necessarily mean that she was taking that. It just meant that that's how he wanted to do it. And now he's setting this boundary and he's saying, I want a relationship with you apart from these people.
Yeah, I mean, I think that, like, I guess I don't even like that you just said that, because how am I supposed to? I can't fucking read somebody's mind. So if the person,
Well, I agree.
Yeah, if they're sitting there pretending that everything is okay because of whatever reason, like, what am I supposed to do with that?
That's my point. That's what I'm saying. There's no bad guy here.
No, I think that that's bad for somebody to do that. I don't think that you should do that to somebody.
Well, again, I'm not sure that she's aware that he's doing that. He's talking about his experience.
Whether or not she's aware of it or not, I'm saying that you said there doesn't have to be a right or a wrong or whatever.
No,
and I'm saying I think that's wrong that he did that.
Well, what's wrong is him not communicating.
Right,
I agree.
Right, because you're not even giving her the chance.
He's not the bad guy, and neither is she. There's no bad guy in this relationship, except, in my opinion, the bad guy in this relationship is this group. This church, it looks to me like it's this church group that's like between the two of them. Mm-hmm. And that's why he says no heathens in heaven. And that's why it says cut on the inside, because it's like people in her inner circle are not good for her, I think is what he's saying.
Or maybe it's
what are your thoughts?
Maybe cut on the inside is, I don't know. I thought maybe cut on the inside was like you suffer in ways that people don't see. Like,
yeah.
Because a lot of times people want to cut on the outside so then people can see, like, look, I'm suffering.
He says they will hold you.
Or they can know for themselves.
He says they will hold you, blind and choke you, caught in a lie. Tears in my eyes, thorns of this life cut inside, no heathens in heaven, no sweet surrender, outsiders forever, the ghost of our lives. We will never be caught in your belief, get up off your knees. See what I'm saying?
You took everything.
Right, so
well, he is blaming her. He said you took everything.
Right, so he's got this resentment
and then he said
her.
Take the blame. He wants her to acknowledge what she's done. He's got
this resentment towards her, but nobody you made that decision. You see what I'm saying? Like, you made the decision to give all of yourself to this person.
That's what I'm saying. That's not really, and of course, you said I've been in that situation, so of course I'm going to say
you generally
that's
occupy,
not fair to not tell somebody.
You occupy that spot in relationships where
I feel I have in the past. I don't feel like that we do that here. Am I wrong?
Well,
I feel like you're pretty honest about.
I think we've grown a lot as a couple. You know what I'm saying? And then there are other things where it's just like, for example, like our TV watching habits. Those are never ever gonna be equal, and that's okay.
That's
like,
so crazy.
Okay. I don't feel like it needs to be equal though. That's my thing. Like, I think there's some things where it's like,
I just feel like if we clocked it, I feel like that you have a wrong number in your head of what it is. Like, I watch a lot of politics stuff. I never wanted to play Fortnite. I did that to play with you. Like, we put a lot of time in on that. Like, I just feel like that's an unfair characterization because when you voiced it, I feel like I've like
shows. Like, there's like a right down the middle cut of what shows that are like interesting to me primarily versus shows that are interesting to you.
But I think we should just go to the next line.
Or books. What are you talking about?
All right.
But I don't
know. For books, we've always. What book have we done that I've wanted to do?
The Stephen King book that I referenced that you.
That's fine, but we did that's fine. We also did the Wars of the Jews.
No, you literally forgot about it.
Yes, I did forget.
Yeah, because you were interested in one segment of Wars of the Jews, so we both were able to listen to it together. Or you were interested in the UAP book, so we were able to listen to that. But there have been 3 other books I've bought since that UAP book that I've tried to listen to you with, and it's just you go off. It's okay. I'm saying, like, that's land I'm willing to cede. It's okay. It's like, I'm sure I get, like, everything in a relationship doesn't have to be like completely equal.
I don't think it should be equal. I think it should be 75-25.
Yeah.
I'm the woman.
Yeah. No, I agree. And that's pretty much how it works.
And honestly, I know that this is really horrible, but I'm going to be 100. I believed that even that was being like fair to the guy, like to even give you 25.
I agree.
Because I felt like it should always be like.
I agree.
When I entered this relationship and you explained to me that it might not always have to be like that, it was a little bit shocking to me. I'm not going to lie. I was like, wait. You should be excited anytime I do anything you want.
Right.
Why aren't you thanking me?
I understand. I understand. Most people go into relationships having to compromise.
I've grown, babe.
But
I've grown.
no, I understand. You're a very, very beautiful woman. I mean, you were just watching that thing where the girl was like, "Oh, she doesn't." You know, the guy looked better, you know, in person than, like, you look better in person than you do on camera, like, by 50. Like, you know, so I understand why you ended up that way, but most relationships most relationships are generally 50-50. I think the line that
I'm
this
trying
guy's
to get to 50.
the line that the line this guy's drawing is like, he's saying, like, look, I'm good with all that. Let's just be outsiders together. I can't go with your religious group here. I can't do it. It's me or the group. I think that's where he's going. I think that's what he was saying.
I love the name of their...
And I understand. Go ahead.
I love the name of the album.
What's
Under
the
the
name?
Midnight Sun.
Under the Midnight Sun. That's a pretty good one.
Yeah, you should look that up in your text messages and see if you've ever had anything sent to you in that title. Just Midnight Sun. See if you see anything.
In
Does that
text
sound
message?
familiar to you, y'all?
What, Midnight Sun? Not at all.
Right. You should look that
Were
up.
you testing me? I think that's a test. So if I were to
Well,
say
no,
that
I already-
I did see it, you could say, "Ha ha! You
No,
lying son of a
I already
bitch."
knew that you didn't.
9.3.
I already knew because if you did know it, I believe you would have said something.
9.3.
I'm gonna go with a 9.2. 9.2 it is. A cut inside.
All right. And let me find out, Delaney, you play guitar and Fortnite.
You do? One night we should play some games. You can join our.
Yeah, me, you, yeah, me,
Amy.
you, Amy, and Delaney.
Yeah.
We kick ass. I think we'd win.
We better.
I think we'd
Are you
win.
good, Delaney? Delaney's young, so she must be good.
She's got to be good. She's
Yeah.
a teenager. She's got to be good.
You gotta be good.
Let us know, Delaney. We'll team up. It'll be me, you, Delaney, and Amy Lee for Amy Lee for. We actually won. We got a Vic with Amy Lee.
We did.
So yeah.
Good thing your memory's so good.
So
All right, you guys.
listen,
the
Delaney,
Bouncing Souls.
are you good? Because
She says she sucks.
oh, well that's okay, Delaney.
Gary.
Maybe you and Sori can play together when you guys have some free time.
Oh man.
We shall return.
I'm very glad you enjoyed the review. I mean, got a little. It looked like it might have taken a toxic turn there in the middle, but I think we right-sided the ship.
Yeah, we righted the ship. This song, I feel like that's what was going. Well, SGS, is that what's going on in the song? What is your interpretation of the song?
Yeah.
Wait a second. Did you read the actual?
Yes, I did.
The
babe.
little thingy
you
before?
remember Under the Midnight Sun conversation?
Yeah. But I wanna know what SGS thought.
I do too.
Of my
Interpretation.
breakdown. No, because I think he says no heathens in heaven, no sweet surrender, outsiders forever, the ghost of our lives. That's You see what I'm saying? Like he wants to kill.
Or maybe
he wants to kill that part of the relationship.
Maybe what he's saying is that no heathens in heaven. Maybe he's saying we're too bad to have heaven in our relationship.
No, I don't think that's what it is. Because
Be.
he said the they.
No sweet surrender outsiders
He said
forever.
they.
They're
He
always
said
going to
they.
be outside of entering heaven in their relationship because
No.
because
No, because he told her to get off her knees. He told her to stop praying, all that
He told
stuff.
her to get off her knees.
Yeah, see, there you go. I tend to agree with Finn on this one. See?
Well, SGS.
And when somebody agrees with me, it's because they agree with me. Because
Oh, that's
everybody
what it
always
is?
tries to find a way to agree with you. It doesn't matter who it is or
Wow.
what it is. Yeah.
All right. Yeah, you guys just want to be mad at the church people. That's what that's all about.
No, it's not that wanting to be mad at church people, but they can get in the,
In the way of relationships.
they can,
Yeah.
make shit,
I still love you both.
they can make it more difficult than it needs to be at times.
I believe.
And sometimes they're right and sometimes they're wrong. It's a
Yeah.
matter of it's a matter of time being able to tell. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's a lot of factors that go into whether or not, the church group can be good or bad, depending.
Oh, look. Nick is on my side.
Well, that's a shock. Who's shocked?
How? Don't
shocked?
you guys think that's unfair?
Who's
If
shocked at
anybody
that?
sides with me, then he says, "Oh, that's because of the way you look." That's unfair.
I never even mentioned how you look.
You guys have been here. You
I didn't
always
even
say
mention
that.
how you
Oh,
looked. I
why
just
did
said
you
it was
say it's
there.
a surprise? Why
Huh?
is it a surprise?
Hey, Zombie
Why
Holic
is
is
it
in
a
the house.
surprise?
Zombie Holic is in the house.
Hi. All right, you guys.
All
We'll
right,
be right
guys.
back.
Commercial
The
break.
bouncing souls.
Commercial break. So Sori and Delaney are going to practice so that she will eventually become worthy. I mean, that she can have fun when we play.
No, you can help
Commercial.
me, Amy, and her win.
I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, $125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. $125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at itsori@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull
You
that
can
off.
also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee,
Can't
a
guarantee
positive
you a
review.
positive review.
Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord,
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
and they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/Vin and Sori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 here and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy merch.
Buy merch indeed. A child shall lead them. You should have told me that earlier, SGS. You were dating a teenager, and when you guys were teenagers, she was part of this church group, and they were fundamentalist, crazy people who he couldn't,
No, because
couldn't be reasoned with, which was exactly where I was going. SGS.
No, that's
why did you validate me earlier?
Literally, why he interpreted it that way is because that was his experience.
That's
You
literally
just
what
read
the
your-
guy was talking
you read
about
your
in the song.
experience into this person's song. Okay.
Bounce-
also, I need
Bouncing
to say
Soul- Bouncing
that
Souls
last
is
song
next.
needs some female vocals in there. Okay.
No, it didn't need any female vocals.
It does.
The female vocals were the problem. That was the problem. It was probably the
Yeah, but she
women
can be
out there. See,
singing,
that's
like,
the problem.
in a-
The women,
in an eerie
that's what Paul
siren
told the
sort of
women not
voice.
to speak. The minute you start speaking, dudes start making types of craziness. Read the thing. Let's go.
The Bouncing Souls. The name of the song is Gone. I still think back to when that person shut off my mic. And I
know.
can't tell you
I know.
how much
I know.
rage I felt in that moment.
Rage, you say?
Yeah, I was super angry.
Rage!
And the kids just came across that. They were like, yo, that guy shut the mic off on you. I was like,
All right. Continue.
River. Oh, River put this one. The Bouncing Souls, the name of the song is Gone. Okay, so you're going to start it at minute 25.
Okay.
And you're going to cut it at 28:56.
Gotcha.
But I'll text that to you. River says, saw the Bouncing Souls on the 14th of this month. Oh, in one of the local clubs here in Cleveland.
Cleveland rocks!
They've been doing music. It's like I should always be ready to take a pause in because you're always going to be like, I'll put something in there. They've been doing music for over 30 years, and this performance shows the positive energy the band has always given off. Last few songs I've set have been comparatively negative, and I've been in a particularly negative mood. But that isn't the energy I'm always trying to give. So hopefully this song will put you all in a good mood for the rest of the stream. Enjoy.
Enjoy!
All right. Let's see. Starting at 25 and going... Here, I'm going to just send that to you.
Start 25 what?
25 even.
Look at that. I'm at 24:58. I'm at 24:58.
Boom.
Can't get much closer than
can't.
that, you losers.
You can't.
All right, here we
You better not
go.
be calling me a loser.
Here we go. Bouncing Souls. What's the name of the song?
Gone.
Gone. Bouncing Souls. Let's do it. To what? 28 what now?
I sent it to you to 2856, I think. Yeah, 2856.
Hey! This is feel
sounding.
good 90s music, man. Early 2000s. It's all them songs, all them pop punk songs. They all have this beat.
Yeah.
Was it cloudy night? So it looked to me. Felt so lost, couldn't say why. I needed strength to change my mind. The ghost stuck to me like glue. Living life, believing I was no good. But the darkness on my own, somewhere on the radio, went straight to my heart. Carried it with me till I don't.
Gone. Until the darkness was gone.
It was a cloudy night, so it looked to me. I felt so lost, I couldn't say why. The room was cloudy, it wasn't much of lies in my mind. No one wants me to believe it, so I changed my mind. It was a darkness on my own, saw that on the radio, went straight to my heart. Carried it with me till that darkness went.
Turn it up.
We built this cloud, we can break it. The world can't change how we feel, because we know it's a lie. Our hearts are
Find what year this year is. Find what year that was. Till 28 what? (2001). See? Told you, early 2000s. Early 2000s. I told you.
Thanks so much for singing on that
I told you, I knew this sound.
one. All right.
I knew that sound. It was early 2000s. I was right. Ha! I'm very proud of myself. Go ahead. What are you laughing at?
Just how proud of you, how proud of it you are that you knew.
I knew.
Like, there's, you guys will have no idea, like, the amount of accomplishments that Vin has done in his life. And the things that he does that are, like, just straight up amazing that I'll, like, just stumble upon in my day. and this, knowing that it was in the 2000s, is the biggest shout out you've done to yourself.
This is very
like,
big.
my songs are pretty much trash. You don't say trash, but
I didn't say they were trash. I just said that my guitar playing shows that I have certain limitations on the instrument.
Yeah, but that's
that
like, kind of like this negativity sort of This one, you're like,
Doesn't mean
yeah, I got the 2000s, yeah.
No, I thought that was impressive.
Losers.
That was impressive. The guitar stuff not that impressive.
Lies. You guys, his one of his songs, one of them is up on Patreon. It's actually been released on the channel now for people, right?
Yeah.
So check it out. Let us know what you think. All right. So it was a cloudy night, or so it looked to me.
This was the pop punk. See, you would have liked this kind of punk.
Well, they had a couple of like
this.
Christian songs that kind of sounded like this.
Oh, yeah.
That when once
It
in a
was
while
very
we would listen
easy,
to.
very easy to steal.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Okay.
Very easy to
We
steal.
would listen to them when we were on our way to like. A couple times a year, our youth group would go to like the local churches, and we would like meet up with other youth groups. But everybody was like, it was the only time in my life I like had a bad reputation coming before me because I was coming with the Lewiston group. So they were like, ugh, here comes Lewiston.
Here come the Lewiston heads.
And I was like, what is this to be viewed like this? This is interesting.
And you're like, I'm superior to all of you.
Well, it was because,
What's wrong?
because they were like assumed that everybody from Lewiston was just going to be. We were homeschooled, went to church, like dresses all the time. You know what I mean? Like we didn't really fit into the crowd we came with. But I liked the badass energy and the.
Did your feet actually touch the ground when you came there? Was it
just raised just a smidge?
Yeah, the dirt was like, wait a minute.
No, I said
that's sorry. We can't touch her.
I literally said the opposite. I said I liked it that the bad energy came in front of us because I was like, finally wanted to be seen as more of a badass.
So did you like come in with like a thug strut and shit? Like it was good.
I'd be like, we're from Lewiston. No, I didn't. No. I didn't need to talk about my city. There was much more interesting things to talk about and see and do.
What do you mean and see? What are you talking about? Talking about and see.
Talking about NC. We were teenagers, babe, and we were meeting other church
I don't want to hear
groups.
about this shit. I don't care about when you were a teenager. I'm a grown ass man. I want to hear about being a teenager for it. It's dumb as hell, bro. All right, here we go. It was a cloudy night, or so it looked to me. I felt so lost. I couldn't say why. I needed strength to change my mind, but those ghosts stuck to me like glue. I hated my life.
Hating life. Believing I was no good.
Read this line right here.
I hated my life.
Okay. All right. Thank you. So those are the lyrics that you sent me.
Well, I'm on Genius.
You evil wench.
All right. Hating life or I hated my life.
I wanted to give, what's his face, a gift. Remember all the white knights that used to come and try to rescue you in the comment section?
Yeah.
Hey!
Well,
so when the story's being abused,
there was more of those. There was
the
more
white
of
woman in
those.
distressing.
Yeah, there was a lot more of those when people didn't know we were married. Remember, like at the
Oh,
beginning,
yeah, yeah.
everybody wanted
Dudes
to
thought
know,
they
like,
had a chance.
so you guys are friends.
They're like, yeah,
or-
what's the dynamic here?
What's going on here?
Yeah,
What is this?
yeah. Like that Vin guy, that African American fella, I think he likes that girl. I was like, no shit. No shit.
I think he may be into her.
We just platonically decided to start this reaction channel. Spent hours and hours together. You know what, though? That is some shit that we would have done, though.
Yeah.
We would have... And it would have, at least from my vantage point, it would have been completely...
We did stuff together for years, and it was completely platonic.
Yeah. I'd have been completely good with it.
We literally did stuff for years, and it was completely platonic.
Yeah, there was really no difference in Vin and Story, like when we first started out, from how we normally were. Mm-hmm. Yeah, we became a married couple, like, before your very eyes, dear listener. Honestly, literally. Like, that's what happened.
It's true.
Yeah. So it was like day 3 or 4 of our marriage was when I said, hey, watch this YouTube thing. Because we had nothing to do. Oh, my gosh. All right.
We had nothing to do. It's a cloudy... Okay.
Well, we had nothing to do because we were like in full-time ministry at the time. You see what I'm saying? So now we got that out of the way. It was nothing else we needed to do.
Let's go. It was a cloudy night.
What? I'm being...
He's like, we were newly married. We had nothing to do.
Yeah, because we had done the ministry. Ministry was over, so we finally got a minute to breathe. What am I missing on here? What am I missing here? All right. Hey, Kai's in the house.
So, Riv, I gotta say, like, when I was listening to this one, like, it hit me in the feels a little bit. I got a little emotional because I know, like, there's a lot going on in the environment with a lot of issues that, a lot of issues that revolve around people like me, people like you, and it's just, there can be so much, and I think that I'm very happy every time I see you show up because we're always gonna say what we believe to be what is true, and we never want to lose our friends because of it. And it's really cool, like that you still know that we love you and that you're very, very special to us. And so just really glad that you're here. And so like this song, like it was a darkness all on my own. A song played on the radio, which it went straight to my heart. I carried it with me until the darkness was gone. And I really like that because there have been times where actually I just gave my Bob Marley shirt to Selah. I know that was probably a bad idea, but it said like basically like the good thing about listening to music is that when it hits you, you feel no pain. And like that can be really true. Like there are some songs that just like hit you in the right way. And like this song to me kind of had the sound of like you're not alone. Like it kind of sounded like a crowd, and it felt like a crowd, and it felt like the energy of all of us. And like I don't know, it kind of felt like I know this is weird because technically we're in this room and it's like literally just you and me.
I know.
And a camera and a comment section, but I don't experience it that way. Like I feel like we're with you guys. And so when this song was going, like I felt like that the physical barriers that separate all of us were just like lifted, and I felt like we were all there at this show, like letting the music kind of lift our spirits. And I loved the closeness. And at the end, I liked when he said, "My heart is real."
Yeah.
Like he found some happiness. It wasn't just like, because sometimes we put on happiness like a coat because we're, for other people, or maybe something is too painful and we don't even want to go into it, so we'd rather just ignore it. And so we kind of like put on that happiness so we don't have to whatever. But then there are some times where that happiness is just real. And so yeah, you guys do that for us in a lot of instances. You guys have been a lot of joy for us over the years.
Yeah, I was into, everybody knows I was a giant Korn kid at the time. And, so Slipknot, Korn, that type of shit, Mudvayne. But so New York had these things called Lodo shows.
I was about to say something to Steven. I was like, Steven, because he's like, ass. But then he was like, it was a kick-ass album. All right, go ahead.
All right.
Okay, so
K-Rock, they had these things called Lodo shows, and a lot of times it was a lot of these pop punk. There was one pop punk band called Newfound Glory. They were a big one. Mm-hmm. I think it was Flavor of the Week was the name of their song. This was like 2001ish. So don't hold me to it. But I think it was like Flavor of the Week. But anyway, it was the same template. Like it was like, I don't want to say happy, feel-good music. It was more like community music.
Yeah.
Like, it was like, you could tell when they were writing the song, okay, this is going to be the part where the crowd does... You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And like, Korn does that too. Like, they have a lot of songs where, like, they're like, oh, the crowd's going to go crazy here. Like, are you ready? All these little phrases or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
But that kind of pop punk is really cool because it creates a lot of community kind of like... Yeah,
they were doing that in the song.
The anthem parts, and it's one of those things where you kind of like everybody kind of not hold hands. It's kind of hard to explain. We haven't had a moment like that yet in our shows because most of the shows we're at metal and very dark metal and progressive metal and.
Well, I did feel it when we were at
like
the In This Moment concert, and it was say what you want. I'm pretty sure the song it was horror. And, like, all of us girls were singing it, and, like, I felt something.
Yeah.
Like, we all had, like, this... We've all been traumatized. Like, well, yeah, like, but you felt it in the crowd. And, like, I don't know, like, I just...
Yeah, that was more specific to you guys, though. But, like, it's... With pop punk, it's, like, literally, it's everybody there. Everybody's... The closest is, like... I forgot the name of the songs. But in Cell, a couple of times, we'd have these songs where everybody's like, it was like... I forgot it was like one of those. It's like a bar, like it'd be like a bar in like.
Oh no, I know what you're talking.
You know the song I'm talking about. Yeah, it's like moments like that. Like
you could feel it even in the song.
Only band, this specific genre, like that's what they do.
Yeah.
Obviously, you're not gonna listen to that like
the
for
lights on the floor
for 5 hours. Like you're not gonna be in that mood for 5 hours. But like the context, especially where we are right now socially, like simplistic themes like light and darkness, like a lot of times like life is very nuanced, that, and ideas are very nuanced and things like that, but sometimes it's good to just simplify shit.
Right.
And just be like, hey, I'm here, you're here, you got your thing, I got my thing, let's support each other, let's love each other. At the end of the day, all we have is each other and blah. And so like this genre of music like captures that feeling perfectly. And it's something that we need, man, because right now shit is...
It's hard.
I don't know how we're going to come back as one country, man. Like, that's my whole thing, like, with certain political figures and things like that. It's like, it's not any one person's fault. It's just after a certain person got elected, and it's not that person's fault either. You know, it's not one person's fault. It's just, we've just become so divided and so, you know, whatever. It's like, I don't know. I feel like the rock show is like one of the last places, a rock show and maybe a sports stadium where you can have that kind of oneness with a person without, it's just automatic. Like you see somebody with a Korn shirt at a Korn show, like you know how that feels. Or like when we were going to see Brady play and, you know, like everybody there was there for the Patriots and shit, you know, and I was out there, you know, whatever, but you could tell, like, if you were a Patriots fan, like, you were automatically good. And, like, there are very few places anymore in our country where it's, like, all you have to do is be part of the group and you're automatically good. Like, you're automatically a good guy. You're automatically somebody that's valuable. There are very few places like that left. I think the rock show is, like, one of the last ones there. So, long live the metal. Pop punk is not my kind of thing, but, like, the spirit of pop punk. Like, I will go to a pop punk show. Like, here's the thing. I will never buy a pop punk record, whether physical or digital, but I will always be good to go to a pop punk show. Like, that's the difference.
Yeah, I can see that.
That's the difference. So, 9.3.
No. 9.8 for me. I liked that. I think you're right, River. Like, sometimes we got to just have something that kind of like just picks us up a little bit. And, you know, obviously a pickup from a song is not like, that's not eternal. You know what I mean? Like, it's not going to hold us over forever. But sometimes it's just a little temporary, like, hey, here we go. This will pick me up for a little bit. And so I definitely appreciate stuff like that. And I'm sorry you're going through a rough time, Riv. We're here for you.
We'll get through it.
It's like sometimes I think, I wonder if there was, like, I lay awake at night trying to figure out ways to bring everybody together, and I'm like, could we talk more in a room instead of like, because I think that the response videos, the YouTube response videos, I think that is toxic. Like I think that it's where we're at, but I don't think that it's the healthiest way to move forward. Like, you're taking clips of what somebody says and you're responding to it, and then they take clips and they respond. Like, I think it's better if we could just talk, like, two people in a room back to back. Like, it literally, like, you know how Anna was with Shapiro?
Oh, with Ben Shapiro?
Ben Shapiro, yeah. When they were both just like literally two chairs in a room facing each other, like, there's not even like a comfortable couch with some pillows to hold on to. It's like just both of you in the chair and like talk about it. Mm-hmm. Because I think that a lot can get said when you're not face to face. Like, there's a lot of frustrations that I have that I wouldn't like say out in that way if I was talking face to face with somebody that I might say if it was in a response video. But I think
especially like when you don't have the audience, the chat audience, who's nasty and tribal and saying, because that creates a sort of pressure to be a certain kind of person. Mm-hmm. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, yeah, it was just really, really good. Hopefully, we keep the rock stage
would you say
pure.
that Ben Shapiro Anna thing is worth the watch? You think it's a good watch?
For who?
Ian Kirby.
Well, yeah. I'm surprised he hasn't.
He's like, is it any good? Should I watch it?
Yeah, it's a good watch to show how people who very, very much disagree with each other, who come from completely different worlds, can like sit down. Like, once all the bullshit is out of the way, sit down and have an actual discussion. If you look at the comment section because TYT ran it, they had rights to it, and obviously Ben Shapiro's group had rights to it. if you look at the commentary under Ben Shapiro's, it's a lot of people saying, "Holy shit, that girl's smart. Okay, she's not as bad as everybody said she."
Yeah.
There was a lot of that.
Okay.
There was a lot. She really comported herself. It was probably the best presentation of making the left sound reasonable that I've seen since first seeing Bernie Sanders on Fox News.
Wow.
When you saw Bernie Sanders on Fox, you saw those people going, "Wait a second." And when you saw Anna with Shapiro, there you could tell that audience was really taken by her, which, you know, again, it's kind of like it just gives you a view into like, yo, like how different are we really,
right?
And how much of this is a really weird mixture of social media companies deciding that they make more money on controversy than unity, and then human nature getting mixed in with the anonymity that being on social media gives you, that you can say things without consequence, and you put all that into a giant mixture and it comes up to this stuff. It's like one of the few times when you can actually have a more human face-to-face conversation with an actual person instead of the avatar of that person. I think that changes things. I think like that's why I always try to be like, your internet relationships are genuine relationships to a degree, but they're still missing a giant aspect of the human experience, which is actually being in the room with somebody, physically in the room with them. Like, I don't believe any physical matter actually really exists, but for purposes of this platform, obviously interfacing with a person, being in the actual vicinity of the person, adds another layer of fellowship or human communion that you will not be able to replicate on the internet, no matter how fast your internet is and how seamless the conversations are. I'm literally a hallucination right now. I'm a bunch of pixels on a I am not in your room hanging out with you right now. Like, so like, that's got to get taken. And that's again, I think a rock show, like, definitely you can listen to music online, you're listening to it together, but like being at a rock show, standing next to another human being with blood and bones and veins and shit and ideas, and they're all jumping to the same beat that you're jumping to, you're never, ever going to be able to virtualize that. Ever. Because God is a better programmer than you. So, anyway, all of that to say, I'm gonna bump this up to a 9.8.
You asked me.
Just because of the experience. The experience of that and all the K-Rock Loto shows that I went to in New York City. Shout out, hey Amy, you and Sori and Delaney are going to practice your Fortnite so that Delaney can get to the point where the four of us can play and we can win, inshallah. We're coming right back to you guys with more music coming up.
I hope you could read between those lines, Amy.
More music coming up. Hi. Good to see you, Delaney. Very good. You should be practicing right now.
Oh my God.
I don't like losing on Fortnite. We continue.
We'll be right.
I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sori says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at instory@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull
You
that off.
can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft. Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy merch indeed, and y'all shall lead them.
To buy our merch. Whoa. I'm pretty sure
Yes, dear
Amy's
listener,
lying
yes, dear
right
listener,
now.
yes, dear
That is
listener.
not the experience I remember. She said she saved our lives twice when she played with us.
She did.
She did?
She did.
I don't remember that.
You had got.
I actually thought you were
You
bad.
had gotten
Were you
caught.
good?
You had gotten caught in that lurch thing. I went to help you, and we both got dropped because that's where I learned that whole thing.
Which whole thing?
Where we don't let people die. We let them crawl around because it increases the urgency of their teammates to save them.
Oh, yeah?
I learned that because I recognized that was the pattern where we kept dying because you'd get dropped and then I'd go to save your ass.
Wow.
That's where I learned it. Anyway, back to our regular scheduled program.
We're talking about Fortnite. All right, you
We
guys.
were gonna do. I was thinking about doing Twitch for a while. I'm like, yo, we would blow on Twitch.
Yeah, but I
We
wasn't interested in
we-
doing it.
we
I'd
would
be
completely
I'd be
destroy.
more up for
We
it now.
would destroy on Twitch. Right. One, though, she wasn't interested in, like we said a couple songs back, if Soraya's not interested in something in this relationship, it's just not going to fucking happen, okay? It's just not going to happen.
Well, I'm interested now.
And two, I was like, no way. People would call the police if they ever saw, like, a game. I'm like, sorry, I swear to God!
Yeah, that's true. You'd have
Make
to
the
be
fucking, I
nice.
said, make the left!
Yeah.
Why is it so hard? Make a left! It's a 90-degree turn!
Yeah, it's true. He gets so toxic when he plays. My God. All right, you guys. Honestly, I was so shocked because anytime that I had ever been... This is one of those things. You're right. When I was in a relationship previously, the people were just grateful that I played the game with them.
Yeah, that's what Sori does.
Or that I even sit there and watch the game with
that's-
them. They would be happy.
Sori's
This
just
guy,
like-
if I don't win, he's like, what the fuck is wrong with
Sori's
you?
like,
What?
you should just be happy. Like, look at
Look, I mean, what?
She's like, you
You
just
got
be
all
happy.
this playing the
That-
game
You
with
should
you?
just be happy. That's how she is. Like, literally.
Please, ask people on the channel, wouldn't you just
Literally.
be happy if some
so
girl...
you'll be down
There's
literally,
probably lots of people
you'll
who'd
be down to like literally the last fucking team. It's like, okay, all I have to do is just drop this motherfucker, and that's it. Everything's gonna slow
wait,
down. It's
Vin's
gonna say
been
that I'm the
saying
champion. It's
for
gonna be
years.
great.
Build a wall so you don't get killed. It's a shooting game, so you gotta build a wall so then people can't shoot you and you can go around and kill them. But like, I get to the end, we're like literally, and I don't build a wall, and then you see my character get shot, and then you see number 2, as in we place number 2, and then you see the winners. And then either he's like very quiet or he gets very boisterous. It's actually not funny. But I laugh because I don't know how else to deal with it, because I'm like, well, is it stressful?
The only thing is, like, she'll be in the middle of a fight because I have to watch her screen and my screen when we're playing.
I have to watch.
So I'll see people rolling up on her, and there'll be like one person on her. I'm fighting 3 people at the same time now. So, and I know this is the last fucking team. So I'll be like, sorry. I'll say it just like this. I'll be like, sorry. Just remember, you want to build a wall because you're in a fight. She'd be like, yup. She won't even let me finish. I'll be like, you want to build? She'd
And
be like,
then I
yup,
start
yup.
my character jumping,
I have it.
and I'm
Then all of a sudden,
trying
this
to-
motherfucker's jumping in the air and shit, doing all type, doing cartwheels and shit, like doing emojis and
Because I
doing all
can't
this
remember
shit.
the buttons.
She starts button mashing, and then
Exactly what
boom,
happens. I button
boom.
mash.
Then she gets dropped. So then instead of fighting 3 dudes, I'm fighting, actually instead of fighting 2 dudes because I just dropped one of them, I turn around and then boom. Now I got a 3-on-1 again.
And I'm crawling,
on a match,
and I'm
and
crawling
she's-
across the floor, and
she's
he's dancing across the screen in
then,
rage.
And then she's like, just go ahead. She's like, just win without me. She says, it's like, no shit, Sherlock. The circle's like this
I just
big.
don't want you to be mad.
There's 4 other people, and you're on the ground. There's a whole maze of fucking buildings and fucking apartment complexes that I've created to try to defend
I
myself. Meanwhile, there is literally Nothing. And I look, I go, maybe she's out of mat. Fucking 752 things of brick, all types of shit. She had all the mats in the world, won't do it there, and then we
Then
end
you
up
know what he
dead.
does?
Boom.
He says what happened, even though he knows what happened. Just so then, if I don't say it exactly as it happened, you can be mad.
That's untrue. That's untrue. I just want to know, like, if we can improve for the next round so that we won't
If I understood what
have
went
this
wrong.
giant thing in our relationship. You know what I'm saying? All right, here we go. Song number 4.
He's literally kicked me out of the game. He
I
went
not
back
kicked
to
you
the
out of the
lobby.
game.
Yeah, you did. You went back to the lobby and you booted me out. You said you were done.
Oh yeah, it was one
You
time.
absolutely did
finished.
that. I was
finished.
like, wow.
Yeah, I was done with it. I was done with it.
I'm gonna have to find a way to fight you back.
Fight me back. I was trying to stay married. Can I have that Red Bull back?
Take this. Take
All
this.
right, all
All right,
right.
you guys. Let's actually start what we were here for. I'm sure you guys didn't tune in just to watch.
We
us
are
argue.
actually a reaction channel. I'm Vin. This is Sorry.
But you can tell we're married and it comes out. Collective Soul is next.
Collective Soul.
Where the River Flows. Grizzle Bears picked this one. I have a feeling I know who you are. You were a DJ recently. All right. This is for the homie Davy J. Oh, so somebody is gifting one for Davy J. That's so cool. I love it when you guys do stuff like that. Okay. Well, let's listen to it. Collective Soul, Where the River Flows.
All right.
Shout out to Davy J.
Shout out to Davy J. Do you have those lyrics?
Sure.
All right, here we go. Collective Soul, Where the River Flows. Name sounds familiar. like that. I saw what you did there. to where the river flows. I know exactly where the river goes in this song. That little middle part, I wish they would have really expanded on that for the rest of the song. You know that when the guy went on that run and they variegated that riff, and then they went back to the da-da-da-da, which is fine. Which is, I mean, it's a very strong, like like that stays with you. That riff, da-da-da-da. So I get like leaning on that, but damn, when they like really opened that up, like that like added a completely different dynamic to the song. And I wish they had found a way to like put that into the tail end of the song. Like I really love that part. But yeah, okay, so this is kind of grunge with kind of like messy production. Like I was trying to get you. I'm like, yo, ask the people what genre this is.
You put 3 a.m. in it.
That's why I kept laughing. I'm like,
he spelled them like
ask the people.
T3 a.m. and I was like, what?
I mean, context fucking clues. If you see ask T3 H-E-M, what genre? Obviously that's a them. Obviously, like you couldn't piece that together.
Like,
that's why I was lost.
This man needs some sleep.
I'm like, she really.
I had no clue what you were saying. I was like, whatever. Then he types that I'm stupid.
I did not say it.
You just lied to the people.
No, I said you're so stupid. I didn't say you're stupid.
Anyway,
I can't believe you said that, but okay, let's go. I'm sorry. And now, like, it got worse. Now that I saw that you were confused by the T3, the TH3M, that you couldn't put that together as them.
I'll tell you. You know what it was? Look.
That's. That literally has nothing to do with it at all.
Well, that's what I thought was happening. So I was like, nah. I'm not gonna waste my time.
Oh man, this song was so unique. It's crazy. People are saying that it's grunge. I guess. I don't know. That didn't feel.
I can't with this.
What happened?
My whole setup is sliding off like it's melting. It's melting off my chair. I'm ready now.
Is it?
All right. Give me a moment. Got to get this weight up off my chest. Don't feel me.
Uh-oh. There goes Ian. Stop bullying your wife. There it is. There it is.
She's a nice lady. Thank you, Ian.
Nobody said nobody's ever defended
said I wasn't
me.
Nice. He just said I was stupid.
Nobody's ever defended me in these situations.
That's untrue.
No. When has anybody ever defended me?
I'll pull up the emails.
You went through a phase where you would hit me in the eye like on camera.
That was
like
an
every
accident.
day.
Amy
Boom.
messaged me. She said,
Boom.
"Stop being so mean to Vin." Blah
you
blah
did?
blah blah.
Oh yeah,
blah,
gang
blah,
shit.
blah.
Yeah, see, okay, those are my people. Finally,
No,
somebody
she never
stands
did
up.
such things.
Oh,
she always tells me the opposite.
Of course.
Give me a moment. Got to get this up off my chest. Don't feed me sorrow. Pain is a poison I digest. Find yourself another soul to hold. You think, you thought, I know. Off upon my journey I must go, to where the river flows, to where the river flows. I'll give you answers to the questions you have yet to ask. Silence is beauty. Words, they only complicate the task. Find yourself another soul to hold. You think, you thought, I know. Off upon my journey I must go, to where the river flows. Make no more wishes, all of my patience has been spent. Gods of the season, lead me to the next incident. Find yourself another soul to hold. Okay, what do you think this song's about? Because I'm not really...
This is a breakup song, I believe. Is what it seems like to me.
Find yourself another soul to hold, yeah.
Yeah, and this person is like... This is one of those people that's like in pain, but like wants to stay in pain. And this guy's like, all right, I'm over it. See you later. That's what I think's going on.
Oh,
Give me a moment. Got to get this weight off my chest. Don't feed me sorrow. Pain is poison I digest. So he's like, I like getting past my pain. So he's saying, don't feed me sorrow. He's like, I got to get this off my chest. That he knows once he's about to ventilate his side of things, she's going to go with her sob story. Ah! So he's saying, don't feed me sorrow. Like, I don't want to hear it. Like, I got to get this off my chest. I don't want to hear what you're going to have to say because it's going to be more about your own pain and suffering. Here's the difference between me and you. I like getting past my pain. You like staying in it. Because he says pain is something that pain is poison I digest.
Yeah, I just
Find
thought it was like,
yourself
I'm so
another
used
soul
to
to
having
hold.
pain. I thought that line, I'm so used to having pain that I can digest it. Like, it's so natural to me. But don't feed me sorrow. Like, don't give me, I'm already digesting pain. Don't give me your sorrow on top of it.
Yeah, I think
And
it's...
that's not how you took it.
Yeah, I mean, it's art. It can be interpreted anyway. But it just looks to me like that's what it's talking about. Like, because he says, find yourself another soul to hold. Like, you're just holding on to me because you like being in this pain position. Because there's a certain advantage of being in the pain position is in a relationship is the person's always taking care of you. You never have to take accountability for your actions. I remember in the previous relationship I was in, it was like, literally anything this person did, there was always a justification for it. Because, you know, she had X or Y, Z, you know, mental issue, or she had X or Y, Z family history, or X or Y, Z trauma, or X or Y, Z. So literally everything they did, there was always and it ended up being like she ended up being, and like to this day, like, you know, it's still kind of like that, like with her.
Yeah, but not as much though. Now she faces it and she'll say, yeah, that's me. That's what I did.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Well, and we had to break up for that to happen.
Yeah. No, I
Like
yeah,
if I would have never allowed, because it's not accurate to say break up. I mean, she was continuously trying to end a relationship. It was kind of like a Pepe Le Pew situation. It's like the person just didn't want you.
Babe.
The person just didn't want you. You just happened to marry them. She just like, it was just one of those situations where it's like
you literally would not, if they made a movie out of it, it would get like a 30 on the tomato meter because nobody would believe the story. They'd say that's outlandish. Nobody's gonna do that. Nobody's gonna nobody's gonna do what you did, and nobody's gonna do what she did either. Like, that's just I had to see it to believe it.
I mean,
man.
Yeah, it was an interesting situation. It was an interesting situation. Shout out to her. But
it's no laughing matter, but sometimes, like, I notice now that I laugh when I'm very uncomfortable. Like,
well, I mean, it's a laughing matter to me now. Like, I'm straight now. Like, you know.
Are you? You have a stupid wife.
I haven't got to live that one down for a while. Like, you know, it's worth it to me now. But I mean, at the time, it was pretty rough. It was pretty rough. So to where the river flows, I think is just like a generic way of saying, like, I'm just gonna like go wherever the peace is, man. Like, I'm gonna like go with the flow. You're the type of person, you just want to be upset, you want to be angry all the time. I am just gonna go off into some peace, and I'm gonna leave you behind. That's how I took it. Because he says,
okay, yeah. He says,
make no more wishes. All of my patience has been spent. Gods of the season, lead me to my next incident. Find yourself another soul to hold. Yeah, this guy's done.
Yeah, and he said silence is beauty. I think, because before he said silence is beauty, he says, find yourself another soul to hold. You think, you thought, I know. To me, that was like, when the person's like, well, I thought that, blah, 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 when I was thinking that. And then he was like, yeah, I know, you think, you thought, I know all that. But silence is what I want.
It's over.
I don't want to hear all the excuses
he's done.
and all the reasons for why you did it. Like, just find yourself somebody else to hold, because this is...
When a dude is done, he's done. You know what I'm saying? It's just one of those things, man. I am done with you. That's what he said. He's over with. He doesn't want to hear any more talking. Mm-hmm. It's funny that you had a problem breaking down that song. I thought you'd have it as a relationship song immediately.
Yeah, you would think so, but like the journey off to where the river flows.
This was Davy J's song, right? Davy J, you breaking up with somebody? What happened? You dropped Shorty?
Yeah, I know what's happening.
He peaced out on Shorty, like, see you later. I'm done.
This is so terrible. So we've been watching Love Is Blind because that's how Vin expresses his love to me. Watches that with me. Well, you're basically sitting in on all the gossip of these relationships. So when you just said that to Davey, I was like, oh yeah, what's the story? And then I'm like, wait, no, this is not a show. Sorry, Davey.
Yeah, tell us your situation, Davey.
But you just got done saying yours, so but yeah.
Well, yeah, it's kind of different.
All right. Yeah, I can see where you're coming from.
All right, what do you give the song?
I do think that it's good if people recognize, like, if the relationship is over, like, this is, you know, prior to getting married. Like, if you recognize the relationship is over, to, like, not keep staying there and adding more trauma to the both of you. Just, like, you know, just move forward and start working on yourself as a person. But if it's a marriage, you got to work with it. And then, you know, if at some point, sometimes the crimes they're just too much.
I knew they were going to go the relationship route, but no one really knows what it's really about. Ed Roland wrote it while he was on tour with Aerosmith.
That's interesting.
Saint Vin watching Love is Blind. Yep, that's me. I'm a giant saint.
And he's not
dealing with this woman. Go ahead.
And he's not like just like half focused. Like, he's in on the story. He'll be like, "What did you think about blah blah blah?" And I'll be like, "Who?"
Oh yeah.
I don't know the names. I'm like, wait, is that the
well?
blonde
If
one,
you're
or?
interested in it, then it tells me something about you. So I'm gonna watch the show to figure stuff out about you and to see, like, you know what I'm saying? It makes a lot of sense to me to do that. Plus, and then it becomes extremely intriguing. I'm like, what's going on here? Like, why is this so important to her? Blah 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 blah. So I'm still winning at the end of it. I'm still getting the lion's share of the happiness in the relationship, I think. What did you give this?
I give it an 8.9. What'd you give it?
I give this 8.9. If he would have just expanded that middle part, it would have really took the song to a different category for me.
All right.
There you go.
So what are you giving it?
I gave it an 8.9
Oh,
along with you.
you agreed with me.
Yeah.
All right, you guys.
My situation is there's no breaking up with a person. I'm trying to break up with the military. I've just been struggling with the adjustment.
He says, "LOL." That was an interesting way of writing it.
That's a tough transition, my boy. Tough transition for sure. Especially. Yep.
Sorry, Davey. He said,
"Man, I ain't sorry for Davey."
No, I'm saying sorry for the next message. Damn, sorry. LOL, you gave Shine a 9.6, so I'm saying sorry because I gave this an 8.9.
Oh. Yes.
All right, you guys. The moment we've all been waiting for. Mm-hmm. Michelle's song is up next.
Valhalla Calling is the name of the band.
Of Sound.
Miracle of
We shall be
Sound.
right back.
We shall return, dear listener. Vin out.
Sorry, out.
Gone. What? I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at itsorry@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that
You
off.
can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord,
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
and they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSorry. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sorry and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy merch. We're back. We're back. Coming in hot. Vin's on his way. I'm just gonna mix up a little more of our supplements, dietary supplements for health. Vinny. All right, you guys. Interesting night, fun night we're having here. I'm actually enjoying the stream. You would not know that I was so sick today. This is crazy. But Vinny prayed for me, so I'm feeling much better. Not much better, but lots. I'd say much better than I was. It's not so bad. Ask me anything, guys, because I don't know where the heck Vinny went. I'm gonna pull it up. Let's see. Were you like, wait, it's my song and they're not here, Michelle? Do you want to play Fortnite or are you pranking me yet again? Well, this is what happened, Amy. Morning sickness. I thought maybe, but it's not. I would really, now would not be the time for that. What were we saying? Amy, yeah, no, this is what happened was we were talking about Fortnite and Delaney said she also plays. And so Vin, in his like obsession to win, was like, oh, a 16-year-old that must be playing all the time. And this will ensure our victory. And so he set it up for the four of us to all play. Well, he set it up for us to play with Michelle, and I said Amy too, which I think he was going to be adding you anyway. And then we found out that Delaney sucks at it. And as soon as Vinny found out that Delaney sucks from Delaney's own mouth, then he said that me and Delaney could play until we get good, and then we'll play with him.
Oh my god. Is that something about
No, Amy just wanted to know what happened. Hey, don't close that cord. She
I
just...
wasn't being serious. Who thinks I'm being serious about that?
You just see him. Pick those up. Welcome. Alrighty.
I've returned,
Well,
dear listener.
Welcome. All right.
Go.
Don't yell at me.
That's why we won't be
been really
playing
5-3. Don't believe the lies. Valhalla Calling is up next. Miracle of Sound. This one is for the big hole Met, Michelle O.
Here we go!
Oh, she says, Vin and Sori, this song is from Peyton Parrish and Miracle of Sound, who are creators of the Nordic metal sound.
Let's do it. Whoa. Whoa.
Okay. That's a big sound.
Got the lyrics?
Ships on vigor of the waves of skimming, barren summits to the verdant place. Each horizon is a new beginning, rise and reign. Far from the fjords and the ice-cold currents, brave and soar over new frontiers. Songs and sagas of a big German shields and spears. Vows of favor or the thrill of plunder, pulled together for the clan and kin. Clank of hammers and the crash of thunder, pound within. Oh, the echoes of eternity. Oh, Valhalla calling me. To pluck the strings of destiny. Oh, Valhalla calling me. Valhalla calling me.
Very manly sounding.
Some man shit. Let's go.
Sails are swaying on the crimson rivers, blood and glory in the fighting field. Shields are shatter into splintered timbers, iron and steel. Fires are rising and the bells are ringing. Glory take us into Odin's halls. Golden glimmer and the sound of singing as gods fall. The echo
metal than that. Valhalla calling me. You know, it's a really terrible thing to make war sound so glorious.
I know. I was like, figures this would be the song that would follow Davy J's comment. Remember when Davy J was like, I'm trying to break up with my relationship with the military?
Trying to break up with the military, yeah.
Right, and then in comes this song.
In comes the dark mistress of many.
Blood and glory in the fighting fields.
Beholden to none.
Man, listen. Okay, first of all, you know how sheltered my upbringing was? So I had only heard of the Vikings from a distance. And the only thing that I heard of the Vikings was like, they're horrible, rapey, whatever. Like, I heard all these horrible things.
Well, they were.
Yes. But then I saw the Vikings shows, which gave me like a more of appreciation for the people.
The horrible rapey.
Well, no, because I don't want to. Let's just skip that part.
Thieves of people's lands and women. Okay, continue.
Well, I mean, I'm an American. I have to be careful what I say here, right? I know from whence my people came. That's not good. That's not a laughing matter. It's just let's not let this get taken out of context.
Yep.
That's the laughing at the jeez. Okay. So anyway, like ever since we watched that show of the Vikings, like I am like on board with the sound and the energy, and you know what? I'll tell you why I like the Vikings so much when they're depicted is because the women are never depicted as like woo. Like, they're powerful, and I like that. I like that they're powerful and still feminine because, like, I think maybe, like, I kind of find that, like, that line is hard to... But I don't feel like that with you. I think, like, being around you, I feel like I can be as powerful as I want, and I'm still feminine because you're so masculine.
And that would demonstrate that.
It might.
Then the Vikings became Christian and forcibly converted Europe, ironically. That's pretty much it. It's either that or Islam. Okay.
So anytime that there's anything like that, I love it. I love I wish that... Do you know of any Christian songs that makes you... Like when I listen to this... I'm not going to switch my religion, but I do want to go to Valhalla when I hear these songs. I'm sure there's
a lot of Crusader, like, folk songs that they were saying, like, on the way to go fight the Muslims. Yeah, but it has
the powerful sound that these do, like...
I'm sure it would. I mean, it would be this... I mean, they've got the same scales, right? I mean, they're in the Western world, right? I mean, I'm sure... some of these...
Plus, their hair is cool.
Some of these Crusaders... I don't know if I have my timelines right, but some of these Crusaders were probably ex-Vikings, so... Go for it, yeah. So I'm sure there was a whole bunch of music about warfare and bloodshed and the glory of plunder, that shit.
No, I just mean like...
No, I'm like, literally, those were the lyrics in the song.
Yeah,
they're talking about the glory of plunder.
I know, but like, when you hear it, the sound of it just makes you think that you'd like to be there, right?
Oh, I'm agreeing with you. Okay, and that's why I said,
that's
like...
What I'm saying.
But
are there Christian songs that make people be like, I want to go to heaven? I feel like that we're always trying to go for like the sweet side of heaven.
Awesome God was pretty militant,
No, I'm not talking about the militant nature of it. I said I'm a Christian and I'm very happy about my religion, but when I hear songs like this, I want to go to Valhalla. So are there Christian songs that you can think of that you're like that accurately? Like, I feel like that they always want to make heaven sound like the sweet getaway.
Well, yeah,
but like Valhalla sounds badass. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Valhalla's not heaven, though.
Well, it's theirs.
It's not heaven. It's where warriors go. It's where warriors go, and they're preparing for Ragnarok.
Eternal reward. Wait.
No, they're preparing for Ragnarok, which is a
Ragnarok
war.
Is heaven?
No, Ragnarok is basically the war to end all wars, in which everybody dies. So Valhalla is kind of like a pit stop.
So they believe
it's like practice, basically, where you fight all day and you cavort all night, and it's basically practice until Ragnarok, where you have the big jihad.
And then everybody's going to be gone forever?
And then everybody dies, including the gods. I think Odin dies too. I think everybody dies.
A depressing religion. I just changed my mind. I'll go with the sweet by and by. Doesn't sound as badass, but at least everybody can still exist. Wow, that's crazy. I'm sure you've said it before, but I think I think I was so busy envisioning the halls
You were
of
so
Valhalla.
busy ignoring me. Of course. But
Well, I
mean,
didn't ignore that last thing you pointed at.
it's very inspirational. Like the concept is very inspirational. It's the same
For men.
Well, I think there's something in there for the women too.
What?
Like you
What
get
is
to
it?
service beer and skull.
Stop that right now.
I mean,
You're going to help.
What was about to happen was going to be completely on your own head.
Were you going to say that?
That would have been completely on your own head. Keep playing games with the microphone.
Let me turn that on, and I'll give the microphone a...
Yeah, I mean, obviously there's a lot of benefit into romanticizing war, because human nature is so rapacious that we're gonna try to find a way to justify what we're doing. But at the end of the day, all we're doing is we have more people than you, or I have a sharper weapon than you, or I have a more destructive weapon than you, and you have resources that I want, so I'm gonna take your shit. And it's just the raw ugliness of that is too much for human beings to look in the face.
Yeah.
So we gotta perfume all of our hate and our selfishness that manifests itself in war with these beautiful songs and these beautiful ideas like Valhalla, or going to Jannah for being a shaheed and not having to deal with the judgment day, or being a crusader and fighting under the sign of the cross, which is an extreme contradiction just in terms.
Right, yeah.
But we have to dress up we have to spray paint the cadaver of the human desire for jihad with these beautiful ideas and these beautiful songs and these glorious, things that young men, it obviously, it always appeals to. This is why the women play the role they play in the in Valhalla, and they play the similar role in Islamic theology. The Hor Lane.
I know.
Which is, you're trying to, because who goes to war?
The men.
Young men.
Yeah.
Young men who are inexperienced militarily and sexually, who think, oh, if I had 70 women, that would be the greatest thing in the world. They don't realize that that's not really how it is in real life. Like, if you had 70 women, trust me, by the time you get to woman, 32, it'd be like, well, this is kind of boring.
Yeah, but babe, I don't know how you can say that. Solomon had, 3,000 or something like that. Like, maybe that's how you feel about it. But
no, that's not how I feel about it. I mean, the Bible doesn't say Solomon had 3,000 wives and he was enjoying himself like exponentially.
Oh no! As a matter of fact,
it doesn't
you
say
see in
that.
Ecclesiastes how he acts.
Yeah, it goes the other way.
Right.
So
yeah, that's true.
so
it's valid.
So
Carry on.
these ideas, like, they appeal because young men have this. They're naive about war and they're naive about women. And they're also naive about their own death. So, like, it was a little bit different growing up where I grew up, because you actually got to see people die, like, right in front of you. But normally people don't see people die in front of them other than the aged. Right? So, like, if you're a young man and you truly don't believe you're going to die, then all the afterlife stuff's like, yeah, that's for you guys, me, I'm going to get the spoils of war. We're going to win. Like, I remember, look, man, there are certain courses that they'll, that the government will bless you with. And one of the courses is like, how to surrender, how to die with honor, all types of shit. Like, what happens if you get jammed up and you get caught up, and all this glorious shit, all that shit goes out the fucking window.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, this is how to maintain your dignity when you're under the power of the enemy and all this other shit. Like, it's like, whoa, I wasn't thinking about this. I was thinking about, Black Hawk Down, and, I wasn't thinking about this. but you know, you can't tell. That's not how they recruit you.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, they're not showing you that shit. You know, like, they showed Mike Durant getting, you know, captured, but they didn't show, like, this is what happens when you get fucking captured by these people. Like, you know, they don't. So even in Black, even the death scenes were glorious. Like, they didn't like. You know, like, nah, that's not how, you know, that's not how dudes died. Like, it was pretty terrible. It was pretty terrible way. I mean, you know, dudes were getting beaten to death with other people's arms. Like, think about that. They were beating a guy to death.
You just said that, but I was thinking...
They were beating a guy to death with somebody else's arm. To death.
Oh my God.
So, like, those aspects... And Black Hawk, you ask anybody, especially in certain areas and communities, like, Black Hawk Down was the movie, man.
I still haven't seen it.
It was placed so perfectly from the events of 9/11 to... You know, the offensive we took at Afghanistan. It was just the most well-placed coincidence ever. And you want to talk about, like, synchronicity or whatever? It was just a perfectly placed movie at the exact time to, you know. But that had a massive impact. And they were able to make the horrors and terrors of war look glorious and beautiful. Like Shagard and Gordon. I mean, to this day, like, it's still like this, you know.
Yeah.
So it's just
Wow.
what happens in the mind of young. And I remember being a young man watching that and, like, thinking to myself, like, oh, I would have given anything to be there. Like, I'd have given anything to be there. And now I look at him like, I'd give anything never to be there at all. I don't want any parts of that at all. I got kids. I don't want you getting a bad phone call. I'd hate to have my kids get a bad phone call, especially, you know what I'm saying? Like, now my mentality is completely different. I got all this shit to lose. And I know, like, you know, you could be gone in a second. Like, but back then when I first saw it, I desperately wanted to be there. Like, I had such a hard time, like, even being in the movie theater because I just so badly wanted to be there, like, right there where they were, which was like the worst possible situation to be in. But there were like millions of young men watching that thinking the exact same thing because none of us think we're gonna die. Like, those two dudes really thought they were gonna, like, clear that area. They really thought they were going to. I mean, that, and they thought that they, you know, they had help, which they did. There was literally an element, literally like a block away, but comms is all fucked up, and you know, there's no accountability, of course. But, like, but you're a young kid. You know, it's all glory. It's all whatever. You think it's just a football game or. You know, until people start yelling for their moms, like tough motherfuckers, like really hard motherfuckers start yelling for their moms. Shit is different. It's different. You know, so you start off like this, like, yeah, and then you know, it's a little bit different now after that.
They don't tell the mothers that, right? He was
hell no. They told, yeah. They stay lying. Oh yeah, your son, blah 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 blah. All that shit was a lie, bro. People don't want to die. The most basic instinct is to stay alive. Believe me. So,
damn,
it's difficult for everybody. It's difficult on the other side too, like, because like you know, dudes get hit. It's like boom, yeah, you got him. It's like, okay, and what if you're the reason that the dude is crying for his mother? What about that?
I know.
And then you got to deal with that.
Yeah. You know? I was thinking about that the other night when I was like, sometimes like when the kids are in a certain mood, Orion and Reza, they're 2 and 3, and they'll be like arguing about everything, fighting over everything, or sometimes they'll just be like the best of buds. But when they're fighting about everything, you know, you want to get in the middle and you want to help them work through it and stuff like that. And then I just thought, like, all of us were just like bigger versions of that, but we're fighting over bigger things, and we have more impact, and we have more what we can do, and how hard we're gonna hurt other people. And then I was thinking, like, literally picturing it, must have been scenes from what's that one where I actually when I first started accepting that the word fuck could be used. What was the name of that movie?
Lone Survivor.
Lone Survivor, yeah. I was, I guess, seeing scenes from that and just seeing, like, you know, killing each other, and then I'm like, you know, you kill that guy and he still has a family, and then if he kills you, you have a family, and it's like either way, kids have to suffer, and for what? Like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
yeah,
It's all bullshit.
I
So
hear
then
what
you
you're saying.
you gotta dress it up with
and you gotta bolster it up with other things.
You gotta dress it up with religion, or you gotta dress it up with like nationalism, like, oh, you're fighting for people's freedom.
I did.
That was a weird line. Like, I'm thinking to myself, like, why are we in Iraq though? Like, the Iraqis aren't really compromising anybody's freedom.
I always thought that they were a giant threat to us.
Look at the capabilities, like. People aren't.
Yeah, they always told us that they were like some giant threat. They were infiltrating, you know, like
it.
9/11, blah blah blah, like all these different things. So we had to get to them. I didn't know we were pine nut farmers and weddings.
They couldn't even destroy. I mean, they're out there in Iran. They couldn't fuck with Iran. How could they mess with us? Yeah. What do you get the song?
And then after I think about that, then I think of the disillusioned boys and men that joined up, thinking what you explained, like. You fell into the hype. You believed the hype. You thought that you were going to this, you know.
Well,
and
I mean, it depends. If you know, if you're in a Ranger bat, you're definitely going to see a lot of combat, and you know why you're there doesn't really matter a lot to an 18, 19-year-old kid. You know, he's out there. A lot of these people don't necessarily get that moment of disillusionment, really. Like, if you went there just to scratch an itch and you got to do that, you got to fight with your brothers, there's a lot of people that are just happy with that. There are people that are just call career soldiers, but people just love war for the sake of war, that like have come to peace with the fact that it's about killing and winning, and that's all they care about. There's a lot of dudes in the Marine Corps like that, a lot of Ranger bad dudes like that. They they don't care about, like, you know,
some of the things that, like, some of those military guys that we listen to on YouTube.
Yeah,
some of the ways that they talk about it, it sounds like,
those guys get disillusioned, though, because those are thinking people. Like, operators are thinkers. They're, you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. But when you're young and it's just a combat MOS and you want to get bloody, I mean, a lot of these guys came off the street. Like Marine Corps, for example, is a big tradition of like gangsters, like gang shit, like Latin Kings. There's a big Latin King contingent in the Marine Corps,
really,
especially in the West Coast. Yeah. So some of it is just, so not everybody faces that moment of disillusionment. There are people that just like to fight.
Yeah, I'm saying I've seen some of the guys that you've seen interviewed where, like, it looked like there was zero emotion. They were like, like they were almost, some of them, it looked like they were like, they'd been switched to like a killing machine. There was no emotion behind it anymore.
Well, yeah.
I don't remember which, I couldn't tell you the guy's name, but it was like,
yeah, it's a very,
it was haunting.
Yeah, it's a very
to see like the robotic look in his eyes.
Yeah. Some people like that, man. Solid 9 for me.
Yeah, I'm gonna match you at a 9. I'm always a fan of the Valhalla fight songs.
I know.
So thank you for this one, Michelle.
I agree with that. There's a lot of honor in defending your home. The war's tragic. Yes, being able to stand for your beliefs in the country of your birth holds a certain honor. Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, but that's the thing. Like, we
100%.
went over there and we were like fighting these people that don't, you know, they can't really fight against us on their land. So they were fighting for their land, but like, what were some of us over there for?
If you listen to dudes now, like there was one of my guys was on YouTube a couple months ago. We were watching him. He said, yeah, the Taliban kicked our ass. They won that one. Like, if you listen, like, Afghanistan, even before the whole dramatic Biden pullout thing that was not done very well. Like, if you talk to folks on the ground, it was basically like the nod went to the tally, because one, just because of their resilience, because it looked like they'd been completely annihilated the first 90 days, but the other is just tactically there was just a complete difference fighting them versus fighting. You know,
that was because of the terrain, right?
Well, yeah. Well, the Taliban, there's an entire Islamic strain of thought that says that the highest you can be is a scholar warrior. So that's where, and then you have, Ibn al-Talib, which was Taliban came from, blah, blah, blah. Long story. But basically, if you were going to be at the pinnacle of your Islam, was codified in the Taliban. And that's why guys like bin Laden, his dad was a billionaire. He left all of that in Saudi to go fight, to go do jihad, because it was, it was fard, which means it's obligatory. Nobody has to tell you if it's something it's like praying. It's like it's fard al-ain.
So joining was
going anytime that a group of Muslims is being attacked by the kuffar, by the unbelievers.
You have to go get involved.
You have to go. You have to go and you have to fight.
But the fact that you do, there's reward in it. It's not like you have to do it and you did it so good. It's like you have to do it.
Well, yeah, you get more. I mean, the Quran explicitly says that the believers are not all equal in the sight of Allah. And he basically says, those of you who stay home in your comfort, do you think that I'm going to look at you the same way as the people that leave their homes and go fight jihad? No, I do not. They are better than you. Like he'll literally come out and say it. Mm-hmm. Like, so anyway, it's a very complex thing, but whether it's Christian, Viking, Islamic, there are things about war where you'd be like, oh, that's virtuous, and there are other things about war where you're like, that's actually the worst. Like you see the best and worst in humanity simultaneously in war, and that's why it's always going to be a fascinating topic. Like Michelle said, it's like, yeah, it's horrible, it's terrible, but there is something amazing about one dude defending his homestead against like 35 people. Mm-hmm. And like, he puts his wife and his kids downstairs, and him and his 16-year-old go at it. Like, there is something virtuous about that, and there is something beautiful about that. And there's a sense in which principially Western society is built on that motif. On you're not a man unless you're willing to defend your homestead against 35 other people and die for your family. And so, like, I do see beauty and virtue in that. And I do think it's beautiful if a daughter and a wife believes that about the man of the house, that if our house was surrounded, dad would go outside. Like, I think that the capacity for that kind of violence and sacrifice simultaneously, I think is a quintessence of what makes a man, which is extremely controversial to say in this time period. But I mean, I don't think the human family's ever going to get over that. As a motif. I don't think there's ever going to be a time where like the dude who cowers in fear as the 35 guys come to close in on his house. I don't think that's ever going to be looked upon as like the premier male that you should aspire to. Correct. So as long as that's around, songs like this are going to be around.
And we know 100% all of us that you would protect us no matter what. Everybody knows that.
Yeah. Yeah, and and David agrees with me. I agree. I do think there's a certain virtue seen in a chivalric knight and the entire archetype of the gentleman soldier, despite how horrible war can be, or the quiet professional. Let's stay quiet. Stop writing books. All right, we shall return. There, listener. We gave this one a 9. Shout out to the big homie Dan.
And shout out to Michelle who brought the song to us.
Shout out to Michelle, and shout out to all the Vikings. We'll see you around the table, inshallah. Or maybe not. Maybe not. Maybe you don't want to see. You guys might want to hurt me. Hurt little old me. Let's just play Fortnite, Vikings. Let's play Fortnite together.
Yeah.
All right.
Let's settle it that way.
We've got more music coming your way. Vin out.
Sorry out.
Gone. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and you get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at itsorry@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Yep. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
Ah!
My favorite is the community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft, Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village. Facebook.com/VinandSori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 here and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Fire merch. I was just joking on the babies. I was covering them, and then I met you in the hallway, and I enjoyed seeing you. All right, you guys, we're back. Hurry up, Vinny. You can peek at the children later. Looking at kids when they're sleeping is so cute. I tucked them all in. Then you rub their back. Oh. They've been arguing because we went to see that Mario movie, and like Orion he's 3, but he's like kind of like the like you can tell his frame is like kind of shorter and like he's Vinny's build more.
Orion?
Yeah, Orion is way more your build, which is more the Mario build, like the shorter one. Then Luigi's tall, so Luigi would be more like Reza.
Really?
But I hear them arguing in the morning.
I think Seneca would be more.
No, you can't. No, Seneca's not in that. Seneca's not even in that story. Seneca's too little. So they argue.
Taller. Go ahead.
Oh no, he is like objectively taller, but he's older, so he should be. You can just tell by looking at Reza. Reza will be taller, and Orion will be shorter. And even if you look at their growth at the doctor's office,
I didn't know that. Okay,
yeah,
go ahead.
Orion's going to be shorter than probably Reza will. Anyway, so they'll argue back and forth over who's Mario and who's Luigi, and I can hear them in the morning. Orion's like, "I'm Mario." Reza's like, "No, I'm Mario." And Orion's like, "Stop saying it, you're Luigi." And they go back and forth. They've been arguing ever since. Sometimes I'll ask them just because I want to see them go through the whole thing. I'm a bad parent.
It's so funny to me.
What?
Like, he just thinks that because he wants to be Mario, that's it, and that Reza has to stop even saying it.
Yeah,
Just
he was
because
very.
decides he
Yeah,
wants
I
it.
know.
What a
But
freaking-
Reza's like, "No way."
What a weird child. Weird child. All right.
I wish
Speaking
they
of
could
weird
settle on it because
children-
it would be cute to dress them up as them. All right. Up next is a band called Delays. We actually have back-to-back songs by that band.
By who?
Delays. And then the next song is Delays.
Okay.
So this one is called May 25th. And I am not sure if 16558 is part of the title. It looks like it is. Oh, maybe that's the name of the song. Comment for... Okay, so this is for the big homie Matt. And...
Is it for Matt? Matt, is it that Matt S guy?
I wasn't going to say S because I didn't want to dox anybody, but he's up there as Matt S, so we didn't dox anybody.
Oh, yeah, there he is.
Shout out to the homie. All right, so this is what he has to say. This is song 1 of a double bill featuring Delays. Delays were a dream pop indie rock band from Southampton,
Dream
UK.
pop. Is that the name of the genre?
No, it's dream pop, indie rock.
Huh. I'm
Racked up-
really interested to hear that.
In the UK, who racked up no less than
That guy
3...
always has interesting takes, that guy, that Matt S guy. I really want to hear this song.
another one.
And this is from him, right?
Yes. UK, who racked up no less than 3 UK top 30 albums and 6 top 40 singles from 2003 to
Surprised
2008.
Revo hasn't had us do this band yet.
Well,
You know how Revo always has
yeah,
those...
but this is probably later on. We probably haven't even entered this part of the... This is probably later on. We've been doing 1970.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Chief songwriters and frontman, I knew that's what was happening. Greg Gilbert, known for his distinct falsetto vocals, was influenced by old family postcards and photographs, and as such, there is a dreamlike, nostalgic quality to a lot of his work. Perhaps this is the best. This is best summed up by the title of Delay's first album, Faded Seaside Glamour. This song reflects my fondness for stories and songs. Oh, I love stories and songs.
This is gonna be a good one.
May 45. Let's go. I'm
Hopefully,
gonna send you the lyrics.
yeah, give me those lyrics because if it's not a lyric video, we really
There you
need
go.
to.
Boop. You've got them.
All right, guys, here we go. May 45. Let's do it.
Decades light up even in your old age. Find your haven in your birdcage, breaking curfew like a child. Her face lives in pictures of a lost age. Oh, that's precious to a hostage. Oh, you're hailing but alive. She waved goodbye, but the last you ever loved was the May of 45, when everyone loved her and ever the soldier never stepped out of line. You heard her name was the May of 45, when everyone called her suffer interaction, ringing in old lang syne.
That was a song that made me feel nostalgic for 1945, and I've never been there.
Yeah,
I like
neither
this
did I.
genre.
Listen.
They called it dream pop.
Listen, I'm just gonna say, you remember they pulled 20 years worth of history for Matt Walsh?
Yep. What about it?
Just saying.
What the hell does that have
Did
to
you
do
just
with
hit
our
enter?
song? Oh, well, yeah.
All right. This, okay, so yes, I felt nostalgic listening to the song, and it had that sort of upbeat. It did like, you know, like those long cars that they would put the top down.
Yeah.
It had like that sort of era to me, you know, babe.
Isn't that the? What do you mean the long car? You mean like the car that
You know those long,
JFK
like, they were, like,
got
kinda
assassinated?
Yeah. I wasn't gonna. use
That was like a little
example,
bit
but-
before 1945, though.
Yeah, but that's just what I picture, like something, you know, back there, some fun car. He says, decades light up even in your old age, finds you even in your bird cage, breaking curfew like a child. So, did they used to have something together, and he's bumping into her again, and he's saying,
I think it was one of, you know, I don't know if I used to be afraid of this. But like, you have this romantic idea that there's one person for one person.
Okay.
And this is before I adopted certain theologies. So I had this idea that like you have like libertarian free will, right? So let's say that there's somebody that was, quote, meant for you. You could free will yourself into missing that person.
Yeah. Yes.
See what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah. I used to have that dilemma so much when I was a
So
kid. I was
it's
trying
like,
to figure it out.
it's like, yo, how do you, like, yeah, there might be somebody you're meant for, but what are the odds that you're going to use your free will and she's going to use her free will?
Yeah, especially because there's so many situations that have to culminate for people to get together in the first place.
To even run into each other, which is why
Right.
I think romanticists like emphasize the whole love at first sight thing, because love at first sight almost
simpler.
takes away your free will.
Yeah.
Like, think about it. When
That's
people
true.
talk about love at first sight, there's almost no implication that the people even had a choice. It's their eyes meet across the room and then they're locked into each other.
Yeah.
And that kind of suspension of free will is okay.
Yeah.
In the minds of a lot of romanticists, when it's really like, well, I mean, you're basically saying that these people have no choice. As soon as their eyes lock, I mean, what choice is that?
Right.
Like, you
Yeah.
just happen to be in the room at the same time
Right,
as this
and-
person.
and that therein
your
is the
eye
romance.
meets theirs. I mean, and then boom, you're stuck with this person for the rest of your life. Like, that doesn't sound very romantic, but at the same time, it's like, well,
I disagree.
how would you construct a system to where you end up with the person that you're meant to be with? So then there's always this thing like, well, maybe I missed out. So this to me is a song about that.
Ah, okay.
Like, he ran into his person,
No.
and for whatever reason, like, they had their little thing around May, and it said right there, we cleared the skies, but the last you heard her name was the May of 45, when everyone called her Suffer Enraptured, ringing in the Auld Lang Syne, which is, you know, the new year.
Oh, okay.
Auld Lang Syne, you know.
Why are you? You're so smart.
What?
I didn't know that.
Hey, Archero!
Hi.
Hopefully everything goes well with your son, Archero.
Well-
We'll be praying for the homie.
Tell me later,
He's
I guess.
been sick.
Aw.
And they're on the phone with a nurse to see if he's okay. So yeah, it looks to me like, and you know, this is a guy returning from war, die for only metal worth the fight for, torch you carried through a world war, love's remaining out of time. So it looks like he came out of World War II, conquering here. You know, the sailors come back, he's kissing the random
That's
girl.
literally what I was thinking.
You know,
Yeah.
whatever. And all that shit, which of course the modernists quickly destroyed.
Yeah.
They destroyed that picture from that's a sexual assault.
I know. And
I just had this thing that everybody was just so happy that everybody was with it, but
I did too. Like, I felt like, because, you know, I'm a different person now, but there was a time in my life where if I would have been walking down the street and a soldier would have grabbed me and kissed me, I'd have gone with it.
What?
You know what I mean? Yeah. Like, if it was, you can see the
Like
vibe.
now?
No, not now. I said back in the day.
Oh, I'd have been like, man, that'd be really fucked up. You beat the Germans and you die in America because you hugged my girl. That'd be horrible. Like, wouldn't that be ironic? He went out like that?
Although I do have
Touching
to say,
people's stuff?
I am OCD, so I would be like, you better not have some. You're passing me.
You better
So
not
I
have
don't
any
know if I would
Germany
have let
on
somebody
you.
do it, but I do think that, like, the idea of it, like the soldier returning, grabs the girl, kisses her, like, but then yeah, I can see how that's a little bit intrusive, but I don't know, like, to me, she doesn't look like she's fighting it. It looked like she went in with it.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The nurse, but I always thought, I mean, what if that was somebody's wife? My God. And you just. He did that very well, because I don't know, like, if you've ever tipped somebody before or been tipped,
it was very
it is
symmetrical.
not very smooth unless you practice
It's very
it.
symmetrical.
I'd make him. You want to tip me right now?
You know, I mean, a person could argue that was just that's all propaganda. Like, that was all a staged, you know, scene in the first place. person could say that.
They could.
But it was like extremely symmetrical. But
Yeah,
anyway,
yeah.
it just
It was
looks
picture
like
perfect. And there just happened to be someone there to snap that picture.
But see, that's like people saying, "Oh, how come there were just people with cameras on 9/11?" It's like, yeah, it was fucking Manhattan.
Yeah, but 9/11 people
was,
had cameras. Like,
well,
back
yeah,
in
this
that time,
was
they
this
didn't
was the
have cameras,
guys
did they?
coming back after they beat Hitler. I mean,
Oh yeah, there's gonna be
everybody and their
photographers.
mother would have a camera there. You know what I'm saying?
Right, and
Like,
if you saw a soldier grab a nurse, you would absolutely snap that shot. Yeah,
yeah, it was a beautiful, because that was a precursor to what was the next generation called? The baby boomer generation.
Mm-hmm.
That's dudes came back from war.
Yeah.
Like you have a like holy shit, my life could have been over.
Mm-hmm. But it's not.
Yep. So there you go, boomer generation. That's what you had. That's what you had after that. What can you do?
It's like the COVID generation. Well, so when he ends in "You pray old age won't dull her name," you think that's because he's gonna see her again? Is that the thing? Okay, I'll tell you.
She's gonna be forever young in this person's mind, and that's why those kinds of relationships are almost always unfair, because they're almost always idealized. The person is forever young, and they weren't around long enough to do anything wrong. So when you have those relationships with those phantoms, like, oh, the one that got away,
love remaining out of time.
people truly believe that that was their person, because those things only happen in like 2 or 3 month relationships, because they haven't done it. So all of the the adrenaline and all the morphine is like in high gear, and it happened around it was like happened around a happy time in his life. You know what I'm saying? So boom, there she was, and this is like a 2 month slice of time, or 1 month slice of time. It was May of 45. Maybe it just went from May all the way till, December, because they were talking about Auld Lang Syne and he never saw her again. So they had a 6-month little relationship. You can't do anything wrong in that 6-month period, really, especially if you're on cloud 9.
Yeah,
and then she
everything's
goes
fine.
away. So now you've got this phantom that you're following around all the time. Like, Delaney, this is very important if you're still awake. You shouldn't be still awake. But
No,
if
she
you're
already
still,
went to bed.
Okay, this is very important. It happens to people, in these relationships. They get stuck in these phantom relationships, and it's like, I had a small one for a while, and whatever, but I was mature enough to really, for the most part, not pine after that relationship in my previous one.
Really?
Although, yeah. Because I knew it was like, this is not real life. You know what I'm saying? It was, if you look at the grand scheme of things, considering the time me and this person were together, even me and you together, it's like a drop in the hat compared to how much time me and her were actually together. You see what I'm saying? So, I think I was able to look at things a little bit more realistically, but there's a lot of people, dudes and women, where it's like, oh, that 3-month relationship I had, that was the one that got away,
Yeah. I know, as a teenager, that thought really stressed me out, and I didn't feel like I had an answer for it. And I used to ask a lot of people, do you believe that there's just one person for somebody, or is there more than one person? Because I never wanted to be in the situation, the idea of being in love with 2 people and not being able to be with both of them, that's a stressful thought.
Oh, wow, okay.
And so I just never wanted to be in that situation. And then, I think the phantom relationship thing, unfortunately, in my previous relationship, there was a phantom relationship that always was, there, that I was always trying to, rid myself of. But it was always there, what if? And honestly, as horrible as it is, I feel like if I would have landed with literally anybody else besides you, I would always be wondering that. Because I always felt a sense of, I haven't met my person. I'm not with my, person. You're with somebody, but, this is my person was not, I never felt that with anybody. I felt a little bit this is kind of a little bit like my person, but it wasn't really when I was 16. But being with you, it's definite. And I know it even more because, you're not a perfect person. You have like amazing and wonderful qualities, and then there are other things about you that are difficult. That you have challenges and difficulties, and I know even in the face of those, like when you're having a bad day that stretches for days, and I can say in the midst of all of that, like he's still my person, then I know it's real.
Yeah, I think the big difference,
like on a night like this when we're like bantering and all this stuff, like it's like easy, you know what I mean? But then there are times where the relationship is hard, and
Definitely.
even in the middle, hey, that's actually pretty cool lighting. You know, in this, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, no. Yeah. I think the big difference for me was if you'd have asked me, like, in the previous relationship, why are you in this relationship after X amount of years? I'd have said, I made a commitment. Mm-hmm. Whereas with you, it's like, I just love you. Mm-hmm. Like, you know what I'm saying?
In the same
and I'm at peace with that. Like, I don't feel terrible about, you know, how I was in the previous verse. It's just, they're just different. People affect you differently. Mm-hmm. I have no choice. What I had a choice in, you know, I've fulfilled my commitments to Shorty. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I think the other thing too is that, like, in our previous relationships, we had not been together. So
right.
As much as, like, I thought that I was loving that person fully, but I realize now that I had a lot more love to give now that I'm with you.
Right.
So now that I'm in this relationship, I'm like, oh, yo, I didn't give my all in that one.
Yeah.
But I didn't know it then because I was giving my all at that point for that relationship. But I think that different people affect you differently, and they draw different things out of you. Like, there's so much, like you draw a lot out of me.
The other person I was with wasn't capable of being loved, like, to the degree that I was capable of doing it. Mm-hmm. So I realized that it's probably, I don't know, around year 4 or 5, I realized, like,
wait a minute,
this person is not capable of, like, ingesting all of this. Like, they're just not. And so I ended up, you know, I spent a lot of time, like, trying to deaden that part of, you know, who I was to survive. And I did a pretty good job of it. But now, obviously, I find myself a lot of times being like, yo, you don't have to do that with her. You know, that's kind of like the journey I'm at, you know, as far as, you know, other aspects and things like that I'm like, maybe I'm more naturally, you know, whatever, but, you know, whatever. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Shout out to Paranox Online, whoever you are. I've just met you, but good to see you. Okay. What do you give this song? I really like the song. It put me in a very happy mood, actually, which is kind of weird. Mr. Matt S.
So, do you think that there's one person for everyone, or do you not one person?
I don't believe that there's anybody on the planet that has ever lived or ever will live that I will be more attracted to, compatible with, and just overall admire and adore and whatever than you ever in my life. It'll never happen again. So I don't know how to answer that question. I just know what I just said is my complete belief. Mm-hmm. Like, that will never, ever, ever happen again in my life, ever. So.
Yeah. And I mean, you know that there are certain things in my personality that I will not bend on for anybody. And I have bent so far on some of those things, like in regards to us. In my expressions with you and stuff like that. Say what you will, but, like, I mean, I would say the same thing for you. Like I said, like, I don't ever, like, even on our worst days or our worst weeks.
You just compare mine to yours. We'll just clip out, like, 10 minutes of that. My declaration.
I know, baby.
There's never going to be any blah, blah, blah. Yours is, there you are.
No,
That's how you know. Okay, continue.
Even stop. That's not even fair. Like even on our like worst weeks or worst months or whatever, like you're still like I've never respected anybody like I respect you. Like it's never and you've seen how I am with people. Like I dismiss people very quickly. Like that's something I'm working on as a person. Like I'm usually like you're gonna have to, you know, you have to put out a lot of. You see how smart he is and. Like, he's basically the only man that I'm like... I can't even think of anybody else that I respect like that. So, I mean... And I... There is something of, like, a depth of something that we have that, you know... I again, like I said, in my previous relationship, I always felt like that there was, like, this little, like...
Do something about your light. You're starting to become like glowing like Casper the Friendly Ghost. Maybe I can lower this.
I don't know if you noticed this, but we're in an interracial relationship. I am white.
Yeah, but you're not like clear. Holy shit.
On the horror lane.
The horror lane, yeah. Yeah, they're like, they have see-through love. I'm like, I'll just stick with...
You're going to see her organs?
Just stick with sorry. I'm all right. I like what I see. That's fine. I'm good, Allah. Just give me my one little... horror Lee and horror Leighton. It's Leighton. It's horror Leighton.
Is just the one?
It's Leighton. So I don't know what the singular of that is. Where's my... Alright, let me see. If we are a reflection of our true selves, why did you have to go through meeting other people in this life and not directly find sorry? Oh, so I could not take it for granted. We talk about this a lot. Like, oh, if we would have met in high school, if we would have met before, blah, blah, blah. Like... And like it's, I hang out in that universe a lot.
You do?
I've probably spent years in that universe, honestly.
Oh my gosh!
But so we think about that a lot. But one thing I do know is that because I was in such a hard relationship before, I know what hard times are in a relationship, comparatively speaking. Whereas you don't. So we'll have like a normal fight that couples have, and you're like,
because in my previous
are you
relationship,
going to leave? Fight. Blah blah blah.
We just
like,
talk
what are you
about
talking about? It's just a fight, you know. Because I was in a situation where, and not just her. I mean, the previous relationship was a big chunk of my life, but even previous relationships where I'm like, I'm able to identify like, oh, I just want, you know, this is just a physical thing. This is just a this, and this was just somebody to, you know, because I was bored, or this is like. Being in those situations previously definitely gave me a lot of context to contextualize our relationship to where like, okay, how much do I love this person? Well, more than everybody times a million. Like, oh, how serious is this fight as far as the health of the relationship goes? To me, this is like a 2, whereas to you it's like a 9.
Yeah.
Because there's not a lot of fighting in your previous relationship because
even
there was
like
not a
in
lot
my
of
whole
disagreeing.
life, like when we were kids, we weren't allowed to fight. So if anybody started fighting, we weren't encouraged to work to the end of the problem and get to a solution. It was like, stop fighting, and if you don't stop fighting, everybody's going to get in trouble. So then it was like, well, you might as well shut up and I might as well shut up, because nobody wants to be punished for the rest of the night. So we were never really taught to like work through the problems. And then when I got in a relationship, I mean, it was this, I didn't know how to do that, and they didn't want to work through the we just kind of both ignored it when there was I'm not blaming it all on him, because I was probably the trendsetter for it, because I wasn't going to discuss any issues. Well, I did a little bit at the beginning, but it really didn't go well. And you know how I am when stuff like that doesn't go well, and it didn't seem like it was like, if a conversation doesn't go well between the two of us on something, I still feel like you want to pursue that, where I didn't feel like that previously. So yeah, you're right. When you want to talk about something, I'm like, well, my word, there's so many problems.
Yeah.
And you're like, sorry, this is just regular. Like, this is how things are. But yeah, I experience it like it's like a 10. But I definitely like. There's no two ways about it. Like, you are my person. You make me like, I don't feel like I'm still looking, and I don't feel like that someone is still out there for me, which I sadly always felt. And I've known women. I know women up into their 60s who still feel like their person is out there and they're married to somebody else. And I kind of hoped that would not be my lot in life. And I'm married to you, and I really don't,
Yeah, that's the same for me. Although
I had a dream last night that I was like, on my way to like the next realm, and I was like in the middle between Earth and the next realm, and I was like watching like all this. It was amazing. And then all of a sudden, like out of nowhere, you like came by that way, and I grabbed Vinny's arm and I was like, guess we're going together. And we hooked on together and we went off to eternity together. It was cute.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and I think that I don't think that I was wise by myself. Like, you know, God gave Adam to Eve, you know, as a helper suitable for him. Helper suitable. And, you know, the Hebrew language is basically means same opposite. And there are people, from a theological perspective, there are people that'll be fine, like just them and God by themselves for the rest of their life. There are people like that. But for most of us need help, and most of us are incomplete without that other person, even with God around. And so it's just like like the same opposite thing. We're both extremely stubborn. We're both middle children. We're both used to getting our way. We're both very good with words, you know.
You're better with words, though. That annoys me.
Yeah. But we're both decent looking, but you're obviously better looking than I'm better looking, so, you know, it evens out.
We're both strong. You're stronger.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm strong, although comparatively speaking, you're stronger as a woman than I am as a man. My point is, like, there's a lot of similarities. Like, we're willing to stand up and like be the only people in the room that have an opinion and believe that everybody else is wrong. Like, oh, fuck those people.
Yeah, we've always done that.
And that's cool. It's cool to be with somebody that understands, but also understands, like, we don't necessarily need to set fire to everybody's house. Like, but I know, like, I know definitively that if the entire world, like, rose up against me, like, she'd be in my corner, like, all right, what's the plan? What are we doing? And so, yeah, anyway.
Yeah.
9.4 for me. I really enjoyed the song.
Yeah.
9.4 for me. What'd you give it?
Sometimes when I look at us, it's really like weird that we even found each other because of there's so many like differences between our upbringing, but then there's similarities. It's pretty weird. What did you give it?
I give it a 9.5.
I'm going to give it, jeez, I really liked the guy's singing voice. I'm going to give it a 9.7. 9.7. And we have another one. The next song is called Hold Fire. So that's coming up next.
Hold
Same
Fire.
band,
Is
Delays.
it same band, same guy?
It's Delays again for the big homie Matt.
Let's go right into it. We're going to go right into this next one, dear listener. You ready?
Go for it.
Well, are you going to read the thing?
Yes. All right, comment for Delays,
What a
Hold
weirdo.
Fire. I've always had Delays songs on my playlist, but recently I've got really into them again. Unfortunately, upon doing a Google search to see if they are still touring, I learned that Greg Gilbert had passed away from cancer.
Oh my gosh.
Man, in 2021.
That sucks.
At just 44 years old. Shit. I was gutted. Greg was much beloved, especially in his hometown of Southampton, as well as writing some really, really cool, catchy pop songs. Greg was also talented. Was also a talented artist whose work was featured in several exhibitions, and I've included a link to some of it below. Oh, good. I'm gonna click on it.
The Valhalla song was called Valhalla Calling, Miracle of Sound, for anybody that wanted to know. Also, relative to scheduling, if you are...
I'm not done reading also.
If you have a stream, or you're part of a collective or whatever, and you have a specific scheduling preference or whatever, do not make us a consideration at all. Okay, so in other words, if you go, oh, I want to do a stream at 7, oh, but Vin and Story probably wouldn't want to do that, let me push it to 10. Don't make us the issue at all. If you guys have a stream set up, we're gonna do everything we possibly can within reason and out of reason, to start it when you want it started, in the order you guys want it, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah,
I never want
100%.
you guys to think about us in the scheduling. Now, obviously, you guys are in alliances, so you guys got to coordinate with each other. All I'm saying is don't make us part of the consideration. Don't
Is there a
consider us
reason
at
you
all.
said that?
I was looking at something relative to
Okay.
what do you call it?
Okay, so then he says, this next song was suggested to me by a friend when I was looking for delay songs to submit. I wasn't going to go with it initially, but it really grew on me. The older I get, the more I notice God get invoked in the music I listen to.
Yeah. The more I notice God get invoked in the music that I listen to.
Even music I've listened to for years without realizing it. It's surprising and kind of funny, but also cool. All right, Hold Fire is the next song. Again, by the band Delays. Let's check it out.
And you're going to give me the lyrics?
I am.
All right.
Right now.
The lyrics. Here we go, guys. Hold Fire. Same band Delays, so there is no, what do you call it? May I do a 4 a.m. stream like when Hindu monks wake up most auspicious time? Yes, you can do a 4 a.m. stream if you want. I'll be up.
Not sure what quality it'll be.
It'll be pretty good.
Depends on the night.
It'll be pretty good. It'll be pretty good. All right, Hold Fire, Delays with lyrics. Let's go. I thought those were the lyrics. That's just a copyright thing. He's saying, I don't own any of this stuff, so he doesn't get copyrighted. $125.
If there's any dying to be done, I will be the one who gets the dying done. I will take a candle to the kingdom come. Till then, hold fire, hold fire. From high to low, the motion leads. Catch me, catch me. I'm falling fast and need your wings. Catch me, catch.
this band. Wow.
Yeah, I was going to say this sounds like a
Lord.
story type band for sure.
Yep, I really, really like this one. I agree with you. I think that...
Did you send me these lyrics?
I thought I did. But the fact that you're asking makes me think I didn't.
No, I got it. Go ahead.
So to me, it seemed like it was a conversation between a person and God, or Jesus. If there's any dying to be done, I will. Be the one who gets the dying done, I will. Like if Jesus was talking. And then it says, take a candle to the kingdom come. Till then, hold fire, hold fire. Mm-hmm. Which hold fire is usually like, don't shoot. But I took that as like in Christianity, especially the branch of Christianity that I was brought up in, like the Holy Spirit, you have the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit that make up the Trinity. The Holy Spirit is talked about like the one that brings the fire, and he's the fiery one. And so when it was like hold fire, to me it was like hold faith, hold like that like fire of the Spirit, like that belief that's so much of a belief that it's a reality, and it does change things for you. And it even has it's so much of a change for you that it has influences on the people around you. And like I feel like that's true of our religion, and well, it's true of us in our religion, and I know that based off emails that we get from people. So I'm like, okay, like our religion and our relationship with Jesus is real to us, and other people are impacted by it, and they like see the influence of that. Whether or not you guys believe like we do, people are like, I can still kind of see that. So when he said hold fire, that to me was like keep the spirit. Then he says from high to low, the motion leans, catch me, I'm falling fast and I need your wings. I love that part because it seemed like highs, lows, like everything's moving, and then he asks to be caught. And like again, like to me that was like it was like a prayer asking Jesus like catch me. And then it goes back to Jesus speaking. If there's any crying to be done, I will. Be the one who gets the crying done, I will. Cut my finger till the river runs, till then hold fire. Which that maybe is a bit of a stretch from my perspective, but because Jesus did more than cut his finger. But maybe like in the Bible, it talks about when it compares it to like the bruising of his heel. Like it didn't completely destroy Jesus when he died on the cross, because he rose from the dead. So it still fit for me. And then hold fire again. But then like the ending when it said, know your history, you need a cross to bear. Bring your cross to me, live for me if you don't care. I really, really like that, because there is something to be said of, like Jesus says, take up your cross, follow, come take up your cross and follow after me. And like, I think that's kind of the issue that people have with the rich, is that they don't want to take up any sort of cross. It's just they want their life of ease, and they want the world to carry the cross.
Well, that's what people think about the rich.
Is that not what I said?
Yeah. Go ahead. It's people's perception of the rich.
Yeah, right. And I think all of us need to have a cross to bear. And I think that when we bear our crosses, then it gives us more empathy and sympathy for other people, because we recognize like, okay, if you understand what it is to have loss, then you can have more sympathy for someone else when they have loss. But when it says bring your cross to me, live for me if you don't care, I felt like that was just like Jesus saying like, well, bring the hopeless. Like if you're hopeless, come to me and I'm going to give you that reason. Like you don't have a reason to live, or your cross seems too heavy to bear, like come to me. Like he says, all you who are weak and heavy laden, and I'm going to give you rest. And we've been watching a lot of videos from a certain community right now, to just really hear from that community and listen and like learn from what they have to say and really understand the perspective. And shoot, what was I going to say about that? Like, I don't remember where I was going to go with that.
Is that community heavy burden laden, maybe?
Oh, that's what I was going to say, was that like a lot of them, like at the beginnings of the video or the middle or the end, you'll hear them say, I'm just so tired. I'm so tired. Like they're all saying they're so tired. And like that to me is like, okay, Jesus says like, come to me all you are heavy laden. And that idea that he says like, when you're thirsty, come to me, because out of me flows rivers of living water. Like that. So this song to me was completely like a spiritual song, start to finish. And it just, the way that the guy sings it is so beautiful. And then of course, like the idea that like this guy died a couple of years ago, I was like, I had hope for him too, because take a candle to the kingdom come. Like it says, "Kingdom, thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven." So the idea of the kingdom coming is the world that Jesus is bringing, and like all the change that can be had through.
Yeah, I took the candle part for the light aspect of it, which is basically hold on to what little light you have, little hope you have until the kingdom comes. But like,
Yeah, I can see that.
the song is pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy lyrically to you know, we had a famous atheist on one of the shows that we're in a past life. And I asked him, I said, listen, man, help me out with this natural selection wise. So I'm pretty fit. I'm above average fitness, above average, you know, mentally, whatever. Mm-hmm. And I said, there's a kid in the middle of the street with cerebral palsy who, you know, is never going to walk and is never going to improve. And a car is coming at him at 60 miles an hour. And I jump in the way and throw the kid onto the side of the street. But in so doing, I die. Did I do a good or bad thing? He said, oh, no, it's very altruistic. It's very nice. Blah, blah, blah. I said, how does that work as a concept within natural selection where the strongest survive and things like that?
How does he come across being a hero and not a fool for that act?
More than a fool, doing something morally bad, right? Because the name of the game is passing on the strongest possible genetics. Now, there are atheist answers for altruism, but not, you know, where you say like, look, if we all cooperate together, things get better if we cooperate. So if we're selfish to the minutia of everything, then our species is not going to be able. So cooperation works better for everybody, and so that's why you have altruism and even some forms of sacrifice. But it doesn't account for the Christian idea of the extremity of the sacrifice, namely dying. This is not like, oh, I'm going to rescue this kid with cerebral palsy so that he can come back, and all that kid is just going to be a burden to the community, physically speaking. Okay? As far as what he can offer physically, especially what he can offer in the gene pool, my sacrificing of my life takes a strong operator out of the community, and on top of that, it takes my superior genes, and obviously my genes are superior. You see how you see how we're multiplying and how strong and beautiful my children are. I'm taking my superior genes out of the pool, right? There are lots of wait, so I knew Kai was going to do this. I was kind of setting up where he goes, it's survival of the kindest. Yeah, there's a difference between being kind and giving your life, because the name of the game is still survival. So what I was telling my atheist friend is, it's about survival. So then how does this concept of the strongest, most intelligent person not only sacrificing, but ending his own life? That's the issue.
Yeah, right.
How do you build that up as a primary virtue in a world where survival of the fittest is the name of the game? Kindness makes sense. Sacrifice of the strong for the weak, the greater for the lesser, onto death as the ultimate example as to which to follow, to the point where he says, take up your cross, which is an instrument of death, makes no sense from a natural selection ultimately perspective, because it's about survival. So even if you say survival of the kindness, that doesn't explain the cross, and it doesn't explain me sacrificing my life for the kid with cerebral palsy. It would explain me being nice to his mom when we bury him.
Yeah.
It would explain the community being kind to his mother when everybody gets around him. But it does not explain why I would give up my survival and then on top of that put the survival of the entire community in danger, because now they got to take care of this guy in the wild. It doesn't explain that. And so I think that is...
well, yeah, especially when you want to look at it, like if you're talking about the wild, that means now our family you're not here anymore. So now we're trying to survive without a strong man to protect us. So like all the
Correct.
entire family is now in
Correct.
jeopardy for one
Correct.
child with cerebral palsy.
Correct. My act
So why
of,
are you still looking like a hero?
Sadat, my act of kindness was not kind to the village if you're just looking at it from
Yeah.
a purely
Yep.
the sky's empty, there's no God, evolutionary perspective.
Right.
We would absolutely expect to find kindness, but we would not expect to find as Elle is saying, survival is just another form of adaptation. We would never find a hero who is the pinnacle of all. He has he's a 10 on every possible physical scale.
Mm-hmm.
We would never make it virtuous for that guy to die for the
Right.
sake of other.
Right.
What we would find as virtuous is what we find, I'm sorry, in the secular world. What kind of man does the secular world exalt? A man who can get multiple women, a man who has a lot of resources, and a man who, quite frankly, is selfish and not giving. He's kind of nice, but he's generally speaking, the guys that are exalted in the secular world are not like they're Bill Gates type people. Bill Gates is kind of nice. He does a lot of good shit for people. He's not laying down his life for nobody. See, there's a difference between kindness and the radical kind of sacrifice, not only that Jesus did, but that Jesus then said, you do the same. That exploding in a world where survival of the fittest is the ultimate truth, I'm sorry, those are contradictory to me. I don't have there's no evolutionary explanation in my mind for the cross. And it's clear to me that no matter what people believe or don't believe on a religious perspective, the Western world is still to this moment dealing with that moment 2,000 years ago. It's mind-boggling to me. Like, this guy is still wrestling with these concepts, and he's wrestling with the concept of, this is very fascinating because I've had these conversations with Jesus where it's like, dude, if you can't get out of bed for life or for yourself, get out of bed for me. If you can't love this person and forgive this person, do it for me. The other side of the cross is that because he went to that extreme level of sacrifice and because he was good in every aspect, and I'm not, for me then to say no to that guy when he's really asking me is a kind of pain I don't like dealing with. Like, that's one of the things I wish people understood about, like, the religion, is that people think that you do good things out of, a desire for heaven, and you do bad, and you avoid bad things because you're afraid. Like, that kind of transaction is nowhere in the fucking ballpark. The only thing for me is and it's so difficult to explain. I just don't want to hurt somebody who's done that. Like, if he's telling me, like, this specific person, I want you to love and forgive this person. Like, I cannot, like, there's been lots of times I'm like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm not doing this. Like, I'm just like any other kid with their parent. But, like, there are times when he's like, yo, for me, do this. Like, and I can't say no to that. And it has nothing to do with heaven or hell or anything.
Yeah.
It's just him. Like, you did that for me. Like, okay.
I know
like,
it's gonna
that's
sound
it.
weird, but like, I think when we think about a god and like think of Thor and it's like, you know what I mean? Like all this, and God is obviously very powerful, but there's something to be said of Jesus that he's a friend. There's like this friendship that you have with Jesus. I know it sounds crazy, but when you're actually in it, like it's hard to describe it when people don't understand it.
Yeah.
But I think that's like, I'll never forget when Charles Templeton, he had become an atheist.
Yep.
And when he was talking he was getting interviewed by a Christian, and he was like, he had all kinds of stuff to say about the religion, but he said Jesus though, he said he basically was saying like that's a hard one. He said I miss him. That's what he said. I miss him.
I miss him.
Yep. And like, I was like, I understand that because like that Jesus is a friend and he's a friend to you even when you're wrong. That's what's crazy too. Like, there's times where, like we're fighting about something and I'm wrong and Jesus comes to me and he's like, you're wrong, but he doesn't say it like you're wrong.
No, it's impossible to explain. It's impossible to explain.
It's the way that he says it. It's like saying like you're better than this, but like you can do, I don't know, like it's like this really hopeful, like you don't feel discouraged and you don't feel like horrible, like I don't know, it's the most encouraging.
If I had one wish, it would be that one of my friends would be rebuked by Jesus. It's
right.
It's one of the most beautiful experiences.
Yeah.
Like it's one of the most, you feel so loved and empowered. It's a saying. It's like I don't talk about it a lot because it's so hard to explain.
It really is, and like all the words that you're putting to it, it really just describes it so poorly. But like both of us have had that friendship with Jesus since that's my earliest relationship.
I've never
like
had a conscious moment.
the first memory that I have was my experiences with God, which is really crazy when you think about it. Like, how is it that we don't remember our parents first, but we remember, and we didn't grow up anywhere near each other,
true.
but both of us have that same experience.
Jesus was my first recollection, not my parents.
Yeah, me too. And the most, and it's weird because obviously my parents were raising me, but I knew the influence of Jesus almost more than the influence of my parents.
I agree. Yeah, yeah. But it's like I said, it's like people need to experience it. I really like the song. It has
Love
a lot.
this one.
And again, guys, a kind person makes sense. Bill Gates makes sense. And to idealize a kind person that does everything for the community makes sense.
Yeah.
But to kill that person and then to say that death is the ultimate emulation of that person for people weaker than you and for people worse than you. Because keep in mind, Jesus is also doing this for your enemies. So what Jesus is saying is the ideal is when those evil motherfuckers come to your village, lay your life down for them. I'm sorry, there is no evolutionary space for that at all. That does not work with natural selection.
Yeah.
It runs completely counter to it. I'm not talking about be kind. I'm talking about die for your enemies. That's what I'm talking about. Die for people weaker than you. Die for the guy who's going to fuck up your gene pool. I'm sorry, there is no secular... Show me the secular version of that. There is none. There is none.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, when the secularists got to disabled people, we got eugenics. Now look, I'm not saying if you're a secularist that automatically means you're going to massacre all these people. I'm saying think. It wasn't people with the idea that the strongest were supposed to die on behalf of the weakest that got us eugenics. Where did eugenics come from? That came specifically from a secularist Darwinist understanding of how to propagate the genetic pool in a certain kind of way. And they're right. The only reason we have a problem with it is because we have the vestiges of Christian sensibility that the strong are supposed to protect the weak, not eliminate them.
Right.
But I'm sorry, the Christian concept of the death of the hero, and the hero doesn't die in battle, okay, is completely contrary to natural selection. I'm not saying kindness. Kindness makes sense as far as cooperation goes, but the death of the best person in the village with the best physical properties for the worst people in the village, including the morally worst people in the village, there is no way to harmonize that with the doctrine of natural selection. My point is, the cross should not be such an arresting icon in the world if natural selection was the ultimate truth.
Yeah.
There's just no way to harmonize that.
Right.
I really like the song. It's very, very touching. 9.5 for me.
9.9.
Archero says,
10.
If
10,
I had
no,
one
9.9,
wish, it
9.9.
would be for all the children of the world to join hands and sing together in the spirit of harmony and peace. That's from Steve Martin's, from a Steve Martin skit, One Wish for Christmas. Everyone should watch it when you have a chance.
One Wish for Christmas?
We will watch it this Christmas coming up, Archero. Remind us,
Yeah, I was
by
going
the
to say
way.
remind us.
Remind us. We will all watch it together, inshallah. How does Jesus rebuke people? He comes to you and it's so hard. For me, it's the look, the way he looks at you. If that makes sense.
Do your best to explain it, and I'll do my best to explain it.
It's always a look for me. I ain't explain it.
Like, okay,
I'm gonna fuck it up and make it not as cool as it actually is.
So am I, but I'm still gonna try. So, like, for me, when I do something that like I don't live up to my potential and I know that I'm not, like I am like really hard on myself about it, and I'm like mean, I guess you could say, to myself, like, wow, you're a really fuck up, you're a failure,
Yeah,
you know,
you're
like all
pretty
these
mean.
kind of like
You're pretty mean to yourself.
and it's like it's discouraging, and like sometimes that can still get me to finish the task because it's like, well, I don't want to be that big of a fuck up, let me follow through. But like when
You said
Jesus
fuck.
when Jesus, like, it's like this, it's almost like you're on a long journey and you're very tired and you're very hungry and you're very thirsty and you need a bed and you feel like you literally have nothing and you're in the middle of like a desert. And then Jesus comes to you and he's like, don't you remember? I gave you that backpack. And then you open up the backpack and literally everything that you need is in there. It's like one of those cartoons where you like push the button and the thing and it's
Like
a big,
Fortnite.
you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
and so you feel like, oh my gosh, like I can go on, and like you feel encouraged and you don't feel discouraged and you don't feel like that really bad and dark feeling. You feel like excited and happy, like this, I don't know, positive. And it's sweet, and it kind of comes out of nowhere too. That's the other thing. Like all of a sudden you'll just be feeling this one way, and you know, I had something that was really, really bothering me, and I cried a lot about it. And I was out in the woods, Kai. I was out in the woods and I was walking around.
Kai, yeah.
I was
You
walking
in the
around.
woods. Sorry's like a secret pagan. Go ahead, you pagan, you filthy pagan.
Like I'm out in the woods and I was just like just so sad about this, and it wasn't even like I was like directly praying, but I was in the woods, so it was a prayer. Like that's just how it works for me when I'm in the woods. Like I'm automatically more spiritually minded, and so I was like praying without like, dear God, you know, like it was just like kind of like this my heart's conversation, and like I don't know how else to explain it, but there was so much pain in my heart on this particular topic, and like in a moment, like I just felt like this warmth, I guess you could say, and like this, like when you're shaking and somebody strong holds you, it was like that. Like it was like my heart was shaking, and I just felt like peace and strength and calm and warmth and home all at the same time. And what he said to me was only a few words, but it communicated a paragraph to me, and I felt peace.
That's the other thing. One word is like 50,000. Like
Yeah, it's like this whole and all this hope.
I
with
hate
it.
I hate explain because he just says it's like one or two words, and like it's pure consciousness, like pure consciousness on your consciousness, and you're one with that thing, but you know that you're distinct from that thing at the same time.
Yeah.
And it's a specific moment in time though. Like there, I could
Right.
tell you, like it happened at 4:45 or whatever.
It was when I took that step.
Yeah, it's. I wish everybody had it, because all the arguing in the world, all the whatever, like all that shit is evaporated.
Well, there's a verse that
all
says at the
evaporating.
end, like that, like every knee will bow and every tongue confess that Jesus Christ is Lord. And when I used to hear that verse, I used to think of it as you have no option. There's going to be a day where you will have to admit it. Like that's kind of how I would take it, like when I was a kid. But now, with those experiences, that's what I feel. I feel like that God is just it's gonna be there's gonna be nothing left to say. You know what I mean? Like in the face of such truth, and like when you come face to face with that truth, and there's like this like accepting of it, like, and maybe part of like all of the turmoil of the world is bringing us to that point where people are like, I need some peace. Like we need some peace. There's so much fighting, and there's so much, backlash, and canceling and hate and actual
how do you
hate
know the
speech.
truth? And how do you know
Right,
the truth?
and how and where is the truth? And like,
yeah.
So like just to know beyond a shadow of a doubt, like this is truth.
Sadakt. I've never had Jesus tell me it's okay, so I had to tell myself that a lot. But then again, I've never had your Christian Jedi training. Well, Matt, one thing about Jesus is he's a shapeshifter, so it's very
Everybody's experiences are different. That's an interesting way of putting it. He is like that.
He's
yeah.
a shapeshifter, so a lot of times people are actually interfacing with God and don't know it. You know, so, and you know, it's one of our favorite verses. Why do you contend against him, saying that he will never answer man's words? But God does speak in one way and in two. Though man does not perceive it. In the dream and the vision of the night, when deep sleep falls on men while they slumber in their beds. So, like, I'm sure God is. Like, I've said this. Like, I've seen God show up in metal shows. I've seen God show up at a Behemoth show. You know, like,
I was literally just thinking
felt the presence of God there with people as I was talking, way more powerfully.
He told me I'm with these people.
Than I've been in some churches and whatever. Like, like, so. You know, I am sure God has spoken through the voice of Nergal many a time. Go ahead.
I felt God more. I went to a church one time, and it was the devil. That is what I felt.
Yeah, we've been in some churches where like Shaitan was there.
I left. Honest to God, I looked at my pastor like, "Yo, are you going to say something?" And my pastor didn't say anything, and I left. I said, "I'm not going to sit here in this. This is crazy." Yeah, and I went out because I said I couldn't. Like, I was not the leader of that event, like my pastor was, and he should have stood up and said something, and he didn't. But I was like, I'm not going to sit here and act like everything is okay. The guy was really crazy. The way he was like, he was telling me.
Yeah,
Please, I have to just say it, you guys. It was insane. Okay, so the guy calls, for all these youth, these teenagers. He was like, he said, come up and I'm going to pray for you guys. First, he told everybody, I already felt weird from the beginning of this whole thing, and he told everybody, close your eyes. He said that the spirit was in him and people needed to get near to him to be able to get the spirit. I was like, yo.
That means run for your fucking life.
Right. And I'm looking at my pastor like, are you going
to let this occur?
Yeah. You guys are going to think I'm exaggerating. I swear to God, this happened. He called one of the youth up. And the youth was standing there, and he said, receive the spirit in the name of the Lord, and he socked this kid in the stomach. I'm not joking you. The kid went, like that. Like, he hit him hard enough to make the kid do that. I'm like, are you serious? Like, what is happening over here? I never returned there. And I was very clear with the leadership after that. I was like, this is crazy.
You were very clear. You were very offended.
Yeah, I said, this doesn't represent Christ, and as if this is happening.
As if you two-piece that kid. Yeah.
It's crazy, man.
Yeah. No, being in the woods doesn't make Sorry Pagan. That's just a little joke.
Oh yeah, it's a running joke we've got.
It used to be a running thing. People used to say in the comment section like, Sorry's secretly pagan. She's gonna turn into a witch. And I was like, secretly pagan. She's currently pagan.
Out there.
9.8 for me. You gave the song a 10. We've got one more song left, dear listener.
We'll be right
back. For the 5 people left over. One more song left. It's called Black Kirin? Kirin? Black Kirin Yellow River.
It's Chinese folk metal. We'll be right back.
Chinese folk metal. We shall return. Turn. What do you mean you can't do anything?
Shade is open.
Oh, we're still live. I'm Vin.
I'm sorry.
If you would like to get your song reviewed, dear listener, there's the Filthy Capitalist option. As Sorry says, 125 gets you straight to the head of the line. You don't have to be a part of the alliance. You don't have to be part of the group.
Wait a minute.
And the biggest thing is you don't have to wait. You hop, skip, and jump right in front of everybody. 125 gets you there. You do that 3 times, and then get mashed down to the $75 rate for perpetuity.
Yes!
Also, there is a band review option. So if you've got a band and you're trying to get your band some exposure, hit me up at sorry@gmail.com, and I'll show you the details about how to pull that off.
You can also jump on Patreon, and there is a option on the tiers to be able to get your band reviewed. Obviously, we can't lie to you, so we can't guarantee a positive review. Get what you get.
It's just rubbish.
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 That's British for garbage.
My favorite is a community option. $1 at the gate gets you in at Patreon. You get to join an alliance. The alliance joins their points together, and that helps determine what songs that we do.
The alliances hang out on Discord.
Message me on Patreon to get the link.
And they do all kinds of other cool things. They do Minecraft. Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah. It's really a community within the community. Anybody can go in the village, facebook.com/VinandSori. There's 160,000+ people on the channel. What's cool about the Discord is that it offers a real opportunity for community connection, friendship, that type of thing.
And it's on Discord, so if you're not a Facebook person, it's for you.
You start off at $1.
Right.
Plus you get exclusives. Sori and I are working on a song. So the first 15 seconds of that was on Patreon. Also, at $15 tier and above, when we actually debut the video, they're going to be there live with us. There you are, dear listener.
Buy our merch.
Buy a merch indeed, a child shall lead them.
To buy our merch.
Yes, dear listener, yes, dear listener, yes, dear listener. Unfortunately, no matter how much we've tried to elongate this night with super long reviews, we have come to the end, my friend. Apologies, this is all we can do. Look, there are other reaction channels. They'll be like, oh my god, ah! No disrespect to them, by the way. They're awesome. We're just different. It's a little bit different. It's a little bit different. It's okay.
Like, share, subscribe.
Like, share, comment, subscribe. All the other reaction channels, they're great. It's just...
Hi, Colin.
It takes sometimes a while for us to... We gotta look at stuff. We gotta think about the person. We gotta think about the band. We gotta think about... Especially, like, if the person's, like, a repeat person. Now I'm starting to figure out the personalities. Now I start to think about them. I start imagining them. I'm like, I wonder how they feel about this song. I wonder why they chose this song. I wonder what this means for them. Blah, blah, blah. Then I have to go, like, back into the world and then go back into the lyrics and stuff like that. So sometimes it makes for a little bit of a longer review. Why are you being so defensive about it?
What can we do? Up next is Black Kirin, Yellow River, for the big homie Archero. Shout out to Archero.
Oh, is this for Archero?
Yes. He runs our March Madness among other things, and
he's got one of the most beautiful kids on the planet. Hope he's doing okay.
Yeah,
Archero.
Yeah. Archero kind of runs the I don't know what you would call it, like basically the money coming in, money going out of our channel. When people send money in because they want to help out other villagers, or we do March Madness and make money off the event to raise money to help other people, to help out.
And we
Archero's the guy. Yep, he handles all of that and passes out the funds. So
we were able to help somebody in a serious housing issue. And you guys know housing's been a kind of an issue in America right now. So that was badass that we were able to do that and take part in that. Shout out to Archero. And shout out to everybody in our village, by the way. We need to talk more and more, give you guys more credit for all the good you're doing in the world. You guys are literally doing good literally all over the world. Like, that's not an exaggeration, and it's happening every single month with this group. And of course, Amy says, so money laundering. Gotta be one of my favorite Homo sapiens of all time. Go ahead.
All right, Black Kirin, Yellow River is next. A well-known and beloved villager whose name may or may not rhyme with Fiddleberth wanted to take part in the stream, but the right song eluded him, so he enlisted the services of Archero Consulting LLC. Together they brainstormed, remembered shared musical interests, analyzed the data, and narrowed down an epic dish of metal worthy of Imperishable Flames. We now offer you the musical stylings of Black Kirin and the song Yellow River.
All right, here we go.
Love it. All right, let's go.
Only an intro that Archero could do. Archero and Middle, I think. I think Middle was the guy.
I believe so. Here comes the lyrics.
Me homo, shame on you, Vin. I don't know what that means, but okay. Let's go. Here we go. Black Kirin. Let's go.
Homo sapien.
Oh, Homo sapien. I see what you did there. Is that the lyrics? get me the tabs for this. I want to learn the scale.
王雄入渊，穿水道，天河愁渡，百丈悬，翻天琢磨，吞宝鼎。
Is this Chinese or
沉
Japanese?
入水，锁巨人，脱灵换甲，鱼龙变，印马着陆，崩离声，铁马羊角，响吹息，满以领上，下刀兵。
Went into there. I'm gonna copy the shit out of this song.
so many emotions on this song.
Yeah, it was.
You guys, I have to write this backwards because our screen is actually mirrored. I have to write it backwards so that way it can be forwards for you. Boop. Boop, that's upside down. There you go. Yeah, wow. I went through so many emotions with this song. I'm not going to lie. When it first started, I was like, yo, I turned it down. And then I turned it down some more. And then I turned it back up because then it got like really pretty. And then there was some vocals in there that I didn't like. And then I was like, I'm giving this song a 2. And then, because I was like, I can't give this song a higher rating than I gave the Beatles song. But then as it progressed,
You gave it a
there was a
2?
lot. Yeah, I'm saying my progressions here. And then as it continued, the longer the song went on, the more I was like, I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. And I'm really curious to see, you had that sexy look in your eyes you do when you're like really like contemplating something, and you were thinking about the song and how you were gonna play it.
Oh, the solo. Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. How they transitioned
Yeah.
to solo and everything. Yeah.
I was like gonna grab my phone and take a picture of you, but I thought it would wreck the moment, so
I was focused, man.
yeah, I know. I like that look.
Because I'm obsessing about soloing now for obvious reasons. So
You're obsessing about a lot of things, it seems.
no, I don't really obsess about a lot of things.
I mean, in this moment, I'm seeing a lot of obsession.
Continue.
Okay, so I didn't actually go into the lyrics. So what was your take? I mean, obviously you love the song. You said you were gonna steal some of it.
This time I was like mega focused on guitar and what he was doing guitar wise. This is my favorite song of the night. Best guitar, like the concept of the song, what they decided to do, where they decided to put certain licks and riffs. It was just.
So when you backed it up,
very spot on.
you backed it up to hear like how they led into that part.
Yeah, I'm always interested in transitions and how do people.
You said it was
like,
brilliant. Why?
Because every song, like, has any good song has a moment where it's like, oh, like, yo, it's either the solo or like the breakdown. Like every, like with one, for example, you got like it's like, yo, like. And like I've studied a lot, like how they transition to get to that part in one.
Yeah.
And how it kind of snuck up on you.
Yep.
Tool's really good with sneaking up on you.
Yep.
And so like there's a couple things like I'll show you like
okay,
if
so
you
like
want to know
progressive.
like one of the songs that we do, it's like where I put something in there just so that like your mind has a category for it. And
yeah,
then,
show me. I'd like to see
and
that.
then I emphasized it at a middle,
Yeah,
whatever.
yeah,
So
show
like,
me.
Like,
So progressive, they'll just change. They don't lead in, right?
every band is different. Like some, like Dream Theater, for example, they'll go on these runs and they're like literally like 6-minute runs, and it's not that there's like. It's not like a transition or anything like that because it's just there to showcase, look what I can do. Mm-hmm. In my opinion, look what I can do. Mm. You know what I'm saying? Which is cool, but like it's got to still fit within the logic of the song, in my opinion. But like this solo was like very reserved. It wasn't
Bye, the big homie Dan.
Dan, it wasn't a scaly solo, right? There wasn't a lot of it was a lot of just like, we're going to take this note, we're going to bend it, we're going to manipulate this note, and the notes rhymed, the notes made sense, but like the way that they brought it in was just I thoroughly enjoyed it. And then all the decisions that were made during the solo, I was like, okay, like because I found that like my extremism is the problem. Like because I'm like so extreme, I'm like, oh, okay. Like the last solo I had like, I don't know, like 470 notes or something like that. And it was like ridiculous. Like it was more than, I think it was like, it was like 6, I had some app that counted. It was
really?
Close to 1,000.
That's coul.
But close to 1,000 notes in like 8 bars or something like that.
You go really fast, I think.
Right,
and there's a lot there.
That's like the extreme end, like because I was trying to find something that was like very hard for me to play, and it's extremely hard for me to play that thing. And like one screw up screws everything. One screw up screws everything up and everything. Like I just wanted to find something very hard for me to play, but like this, like that solo wasn't difficult to play. But like it was difficult to conceptualize because you have to stay disciplined not to be like, oh, I'm gonna put 50 million notes in here.
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna let this note just like ring out.
Yeah.
Like it takes a lot of discipline to do that. So
Yeah.
I just like loved
I think that's cute that part of your personality comes out in your music.
what?
Well, there's like an ADD side of you. And like in your music, like you'll be stuff is going really fast. Mm-hmm. And it's sometimes like I'll be behind you while you're playing and you're just like going to town and I'll like turn around and look at you and I'm like, that right there is a sound from his soul coming out on that instrument.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm like, that man needs a little bit of peace.
Yeah, but
Because
like
you're going so fast.
Yeah, but it's that, but a lot of it is just like trying to, like I said, play the hardest thing possible for me at this level of skill because I understand. But anyway, I just loved this freaking. I loved this song.
So
they did such a good job guitar wise. It's ridiculous.
Did you follow the lyrics?
Vaguely. Trapped in my past, way back from here, autumn down, fall the river of sin. My wings in chains, I cried in vain. How can you do this to me? I'll run back out of this cage. Please try to awake me. Danger alerts, destroyers, massacres, falcon attacks. Shadows, gravel, spreading disease. Bodies remain, float everywhere. Save us, release me. I don't know if there is some war or whatever. I don't know enough about Chinese history. He says, Mother, oh Father. I know that Shintoism is big down there, which is ancestor worship. I don't know if they're talking about as... I'm assuming there is some specific historic Chinese event that happened here where the river, you know, I think it's a Yangtze River. I think it's Yangtze. I forgot how to pronounce it. But the Yellow River is like basically the river in China.
Okay.
It's kind of like the Euphrates River almost, or the Nile, like to China. Like it's, and it's also got.
What is it called? That is it yellow?
I think it's Yangtze.
Oh wow! Look at it.
Yeah,
It's very curvy.
Type Yangtze. I don't know if it's Yangtze. I don't know if it's.
Ooh, some of these pictures.
I think this is authentic folk metal. Much of Chinese culture mixed into the metal. Yeah, like I felt like there was some like that. If I was Chinese, I would know what they're talking about. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, so right there.
Well, yeah, it's Chinese folk metal. Is that what you just said?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Yangtze River is a different type of river. The Yangtze
Well,
or
you're
Yangtze.
pulling up the same. Hold on, because I
is
have the
the
Yellow
longest
River.
in
Look, babe.
Eurasia.
Isn't
I wonder
that
if
this
the
picture?
Yangtze, maybe Yangtze and Yellow River are the same.
I think it is because some of those pictures match the ones I'm seeing over here. So.
Yeah, so it might be the same. Is the Yellow River the same as the Yangtze River? No. The two great rivers run through China proper. Two great rivers run through China. The Yellow River in the north and the Yangtze or the Yangtze in the south. Okay. That's
wrong.
why. So I learned that in school, Mr. Lipinski's class.
shit.
I never forgot it.
Look,
What?
bodies in the Yellow River. And remember, he said something about the bodies
Jesus.
in
Yeah,
the Yellow
go ahead.
River?
Hit that. Click that. BBC bodies in the fishing for bodies on China's Yellow River. Holy shit.
God.
I bring dignity to the dead, says Mr. Way. Yeah, don't look at that. But apparently, he has collected 500 bodies. Some of them
What's
murders,
happening?
others drowned or committed suicide. I mean, I just think
Jeez.
it's such a broad river that if you want to get rid of somebody, you just, you know.
And Middle
you
said he
just-
thinks it floods like crazy. That's what I was wondering.
And
I
it
was
does-
like, if
it does
floods
flood
all
like
of a sudden
crazy.
and then you just get sucked into
And
it.
I'm assuming it also brings about a lot of diseases as well.
I don't-
You know, when you have those things that it sets off chain reactions, so then
Yep.
it creates a
Oh
pandemic.
yeah.
So maybe it's about like the dependence that they have on the river, but also the death that the river brings, like the you know, because that happens. Like on the one hand, like you're completely dependent on, you know, you're a carbon-based life form. You're dependent on the water for survival, but at the same time, that's a thing that also kills you. You know, so
Yeah.
maybe it's talking about that dichotomy. You know,
Wow.
but yeah, I mean, pretty crazy stuff.
That is.
I just the Europeans do this too. and I'm more familiar with like European folk scales, but I love like the Chinese. Like this was distinctly Chinese sounding.
But it definitely
what I'm saying?
it definitely was metal sounding as well.
It definitely had the.
Yeah.
You were really white back then. Holy shit.
That's a really incriminating picture.
I really, really like this song. This is a 9.9.
I'm not really a fan. I'm very curious to hear what you're going to do with it, because
You're not really a fan
I
of
wasn't
what?
really a fan of the song. It grew on me a little bit more.
How
but
dare you not be
like,
a fan of the song?
I'm giving this song a 6, and that's actually pretty healthy because it started as a 2. So, shout out to them.
Oh my God! When I was in India, they told me to get a dip in the Ganges. I walked in, and next to me was half of a dead body. I screamed, and all the saints looked at me. They probably cursed me. Subhanallah. I mean,
Oh my gosh. Half of a dead body? I was going to say, I don't think that it's right that people's bodies are floating down that river, but under no circumstances am I going down there to see any of them or to pull any of them out to bury them. I'm very sorry they're in that situation, but I don't want to see that, and I don't want to be around that. I'm not doing it. It'd have to be somebody that I loved, and I wouldn't want them to be in that river, and I'd go and get them. That's my favorite. It's always been my favorite. I think about it a lot.
what's up, Tyshawn?
So this one's a 6 for me. What's it for you? Oh, you gave it a really high score. What'd you give
I gave it a 9.9 because of the guitar work.
Yeah, okay. All right. Well, there you have it, you guys. Another Imperishable Flames stream.
In the books.
How long have we been streaming for? I'm just curious.
About 3 hours, I think.
4
About
hours.
4 hours, I think.
Anyway.
About 4 hours, I think.
We got the lyrics. If you guys were here yesterday, we did get the lyrics for Blood Gnosis. That the other local band.
Yes. So
we'll be coming back at you with that coming up soon. Not tonight, obviously.
Yes, tonight, dear listener, we are.
Vin is going to show me those transitions in that song.
We're going to be out of here. Vin.